Imagine waking up before the sun touches the Nile. The air is thick with dust, even in the pre-dawn quiet, and your body aches before the day even begins. You sleep on a mat made of woven reeds, tucked into a mud brick workers' village not far from the towering construction site of the pharaoh's latest vanity project, another massive stone temple that demands your sweat. You are part of a work gang, not a slave, but don't be mistaken, your life is anything but free. You're a laborer conscripted during the off-season of agriculture. When the Nile floods and your fields are submerged underwater, you work for the state. In exchange for rations and the illusion of glory, you break your back hauling limestone, shaping granite, or lugging clay jars filled with water under the blistering sun. This is not the glamorous world of pyramids and golden pharaohs. This is the forgotten world beneath it, the world of the people who made those wonders happen. And it is boring, brutal, and never-ending. Your day begins with a sharp yell. Overseers, often armed with wooden rods, herd you and your team into rows. You chew on dry bread made from barley, grain that's often mixed with sand thanks to the grinding stones used in its preparation. Your teeth are already worn down more than your age suggests. Cavities? You wouldn't even know the word, but you feel the throb. Infection is always a threat. There are no dentists. There are no choices, and yet, as miserable as the work is, this is normal. Expected. The rhythm of life for thousands of ordinary Egyptians century after century. History often skips over your story. But today you're in it. You and the gang head out to the quarry site. For some, that means chiseling massive stone blocks. For others, it means dragging those blocks across wooden sleds slicked with water to reduce friction. And yes, the science of this was known. Engineers among the priesthood understood how to manipulate physics with ingenuity, but you, the laborer, just push and sweat. All you know is that the sled has to move, or the foreman's rod will move faster than your feet. The sun climbs quickly, and by mid-morning the temperature is unbearable. You wrap linen scraps around your head for some protection, but it's not enough. Blisters form on your hands, cracked from the repetitive use of rope and stone tools. You urinate in a ditch near the site. Water rations are carefully measured. One small clay cup at midday, another, if you're lucky, in the evening. You sweat more than you drink. Breaks are short and mostly involve sitting in the dust and trying not to faint. Some workers chew bits of natron or garlic, old remedies for keeping disease away. The irony? Most people die not from accidents, but from chronic infections, parasites, and exhaustion. Back then, you didn't live to old age. You limped to 30, if you were lucky. But this was the price of order in ancient Egypt. Pharaoh needed monuments. Gods needed temples. Scribes needed records. And you needed food. So the system worked in its own relentless way. By early afternoon, a worker in your gang collapses. His name is Hatep, and he's maybe 17. He's bleeding from a wound on his foot that's gone untreated. No one moves to help. Compassion isn't absent, but survival takes priority. He's dragged to the side where someone will tend to him, maybe. Or maybe he won't return tomorrow, and a new body will take his place. You look up at the massive statue rising above the site. It's made of hundreds of stones you and your fellows dragged, chiseled, and placed. The grandeur isn't yours to own, but it is yours to suffer for. And in a strange way, you feel pride, not joy, not satisfaction, but a kind of stubborn endurance. You made that. You might die before it's done, but you will have touched history, even if history never speaks your name. As the sun lowers, work doesn't end. There are tally marks to be counted. Your output is recorded by scribes, men who do not labour, but whose judgment determines your rations. If you underperform, you get less bread, less beer, less sleep even, because then you're assigned night hauling. That's when you hear the news. Tomorrow, a royal inspection. A priest and some mid-level noble will tour the site to see progress. You groan inwardly. It means extra cleaning, more shouting, and likely no break at all. And that's when it hits you. This day, with all its filth and sun and pain, wasn't even the hard part. Tomorrow will be worse. You walk back to the workers' village as dusk settles. The Nile glimmers in the fading light, distant and unreachable. Your hut smells of sweat and clay, but you collapse onto your mat with no strength left to care. In the corner, someone coughs violently. Likely another lung infection from years of stone dust inhalation. You think of your wife, maybe, if you have one. Or your aging mother back in the village. Or maybe you think of nothing at all because the body gives up before the mind can wander, and yet you'll rise again because this is what life is. Not heroism, not glory, just day after day of sun, stone and survival. But what happens when a work gang rebels? When exhaustion tips into resistance? What if one day someone says no? You wake up to murmurs. Not groans of sore backs or the typical curses aimed at the overseers, but real whispers, low, serious and dangerous, the kind of whisper that smells like risk. Today is supposed to be the inspection day. The site is meant to look perfect, workers in position, stones cleaned, tools arranged and foremen polished like ornaments. But something's wrong. A scribe is missing, a foreman is missing too. And your neighbour in the hut beside you, the one with the bloodied hands and cracked lips from days of hauling limestone, he's not moving, not dead, just not getting up. You hear someone say, "We're not going," you freeze. In ancient Egypt, refusing labour isn't disobedience, it's suicide. The system depends on unbroken routine. Orders flow downward and compliance flows upward. To break that chain, unthinkable. But here it is, breaking right in front of you. No one yells, no one panics. It's a strange, calm silence, like the moment before a storm begins. You and your group begin to stir, pretending to move toward the site. A few even gather tools. But the pace is slow, almost theatrical. Like everyone is waiting to see who moves first. Then someone finally does. A worker named Pammy, broad-shouldered and long-tempered, steps forward. He drops his pickaxe onto the ground. It clatters louder than it should, echoing against the mud walls. Everyone turns. "We are not beasts," he says, "and this is not life." No one cheers. No fists are raised. This is not a revolution. It's more like a resignation, like people too tired to scream, choosing silence as their final form of protest. And still, no overseer comes. You later learn why. The scribe had been cornered the night before by workers fed up with manipulated tallies. They threatened him, not with death, but with exposure. They accused him of shaving rations, favouring certain gangs and falsifying reports. That alone was enough to throw the entire chain of command into confusion. You all sit there, unsure. The sun rises. Birds chirp like nothing is different. But this time, no one moves. The tools remain on the ground. For the first time in weeks, months. Even you aren't lifting stone, you're lifting your head. Hours pass. Then a figure arrives. He's not a noble, not a priest. Just another middleman, an administrator sent by Memphis.
to oversee labor affairs.
He walks through the silent work camp like a priest entering a temple desecrated by stillness. He calls a meeting. It takes place at the edge of the site, near the shadow of a half-built column. The workers form a circle, close, tight, like oxen, waiting for judgment. The administrator doesn't yell, he doesn't threaten, instead he listens. This, in itself, is unusual, almost suspicious. Egyptians believed deeply in order, ma'at, the divine balance of things. A worker refusing to work disrupts that balance, but too many laborers had fallen sick, too many stones delayed, and now the delay risked offending the gods, since the temple's timeline was tied to sacred festivals. So what does he do? He offers bread, literally. That's how revolts worked in ancient Egypt. When workers at Deir el-Medina refused to build tombs during the 12th century BCE, they didn't storm palaces, they sat down and waited. And the officials didn't send soldiers, they sent loaves of bread and amphorae of beer. That's how fragile the system was. So today, in your story, a similar offer is made. Rations will be increased, tools replaced. The foreman will be punished, at least on paper. And the
scribe,
he's already been sent back to the city. You return to work the next day, unsure whether you've won or lost. Nothing's really changed. The stones are still heavy. The sun is still merciless, but something is different. You now know that the system isn't unshakable, yet you wonder, why didn't the rebellion spread? Why didn't more workers walk away from unbearable lives? Was it fear, faith, or did the boredom itself crush ambition? The sun beats down once again as you return to the same old task, dragging, lifting, stacking. The mini-rebellion that seemed to shake the earth a day earlier now feels like a half-remembered dream. The new scribe looks just like the old one. The foreman still carries a stick, though now he uses it less. The bread is marginally thicker. The beer less watered down, but the stones still heavy. You go back to work because what else is there? You are not a priest, you are not a noble, you don't own land. Your hands are your currency, your spine, your service. The rebellion didn't change that. No uprising ever really does for people like you. Yet something inside has shifted. Now you notice things. You notice how the priests who claim divine wisdom never lift a single block. How the nobles who praise your efforts never remember your name. You begin to think not in days, but in generations. What will remain when you are gone? A temple, a name etched into a block of stone? Not yours. Even in official records, real ones, preserved on papyrus later found by archaeologists, there are barely any names of workers, sometimes a foreman, rarely a scribe, almost never a laborer. But your hands built the civilization. Without you, there would be no pyramids, no Karnak,
no Valley of the Kings, and still, history forgets you. Back in the village, a man dies.
He was older, 42, a rarity. His body is taken quietly, wrapped in linen, and buried in sand. There's no tomb, no scarab amulet, no mummification, just a handful of prayers, and the endless silence of sand swallowing the years. You wonder if that's your future too, and yet, amid the ache and sweat and silence, there's a strange peace. Life is simple if cruel. The rhythm has its comfort. Wake, work, eat, collapse, sleep beneath the stars, repeat. Generations will come and go, pharaohs will fall, empires will shift, but the stones you dragged will still stand. 1,000 years. From now, pilgrims will walk the temple corridors you helped carve. They will marvel at the scale, They will whisper the names of gods. They will praise Pharaoh's greatness, but they will never know about you, the splinter in your hand, the cracked heel that bled through linen, the friend who collapsed and never woke. The moment you said no, however briefly, and were heard, they will see perfection. They will not see pain. And yet, maybe that's the point. Maybe history isn't meant to remember you. Maybe it only ever remembers what you built, so you keep working, because in the end, your suffering isn't written in scrolls. It's written in stone, and stone, after all, lasts. Still, one question remains as you stare at the column you've helped erect for the 1000th time. If greatness is built on silence, who decides what stories deserve to be told? You're not a soldier. You're not a senator. You're not even a gladiator condemned to die in the arena. No, your fate is quieter, slower, dirtier. You are an aqueduct laborer. You wake up in the outskirts of Roman territory, in a crude camp,
hastily erected near a construction site miles away from the city.
There is no glamour here, no marble statues, no red tunics swaying proudly. You live in a half-collapsed canvas tent beside a trench that stretches out like a scar across the landscape. This is the artery of the empire, but to you it's just a hole in the earth. Aqueducts brought water to cities, clean, cool, and constant. Tourists centuries later would marvel at their engineering. But you, here in the middle of nowhere, know the ugly underside of that marvel. The digging, the stone cutting, the mud, and the bones that sometimes appear when the trench goes too deep into forgotten burial ground. The day begins with a horn, not a trumpet of honor, but a barked command from a grizzled overseer who likely hasn't touched a tool in years. He counts you like livestock. Then you're off, into the trench, shovel in hand. The ground is tough this morning, clay heavy and resistant, as if the earth itself is tired of giving in to Rome. You aren't a slave, not officially. You're a free laborer, conscripted from a nearby province. But your choices weren't real. You could work, or you could starve. And once you agreed, you learned that work meant something closer to punishment. Your job? Dig, level, haul, repeat, all day long, with no variation except the rocks you hit, the worms you crush, or the ancient relics you're told to ignore and bury again. Superstition flows through these camps like an undercurrent. Workers whisper about cursed graves, Roman ghosts, and gods displeased by the aqueduct slicing through sacred hills. But you don't believe in ghosts, only in splinters. You pass a group of fellow workers who are tasked with lining the trench walls with stone. Their hands are grey with dust, and their lungs rattle with the constant inhalation of powdered lime. A man named Lucan coughs into his tunic, spitting red. You say nothing. What could you say? No doctor will come, no priest will offer rites. The empire builds and buries in the same motion. At midday, you sit beneath the only patch of shade, a
half-fallen olive tree older than any monument you've seen.
You chew on bread so hard it cracks your molars and sip wine diluted with water from a skin that smells like mold. You used to think of home, your mother's soup, the smell of figs. Now you think only of sleep and stone. Some say that aqueduct.
Work was an honor. After all, you're building lifelines. Cities depend on the flow of water. Without you, no fountains flow, no baths fill. But down here in the trench, that feels like a cruel joke.
Your hands bleed for Rome, but Rome will never know your name, and yet Rome depends on you. Without you, nothing flows. You watch the engineers walk above you, educated men with scrolls and chalk and straight-edged tools. They nod at slopes, measure fall angles, and declare triumph when the water hits the correct gradient. They are the celebrated minds. You are the body. Later that afternoon, a section of the trench collapses. It's not your side, but close enough to see the dirt pour in like a wave. 2 men vanish beneath it, just like that, gone. The overseer sends for help, but it's already too late. A few workers dig furiously, hoping, but you know that hope doesn't last long here. The bodies are pulled out by dusk, limp and unrecognizable. They're laid out beside the path until someone decides what to do. You get no time off, no ceremony. The digging resumes the next day, right beside the place where the earth swallowed your friends. And this, the engineers say, is progress. Still, as you sit by the fire that night, wrapped in the same blanket you've used for months, you look at the stars above and wonder, how can something so vast and eternal exist above a world that treats life like a disposable tool? What will remain of you when this aqueduct is complete? A name scratched into a wall? A whispered joke about your poor posture? Or nothing at all? And if you vanish beneath the trench tomorrow, who would even remember where? The trench stretches for miles, cutting across hills, meadows and forgotten ruins like a wound Rome refuses to let heal. You march beside it each day, shovel in hand, shoulders hunched, as if the earth has pressed down into your bones. And maybe it has. It's been weeks since the cave-in. The men who died were replaced within days. 2 new workers from a northern province. One speaks no Latin. The other stares at the sky too long. Neither asks questions. You didn't either, when you arrived. Not asking questions is one of the first skills you learn, but the deeper the trench goes, the stranger it becomes. The earth below isn't just rock and dirt. It remembers. Sometimes you dig through ancient cemeteries, layered bones in brittle coffins, tombstones half swallowed by clay. Other times you find urns, statues, coins. None of it is for you. If you touch the wrong relic or delay progress, to gawk, you're whipped or dismissed. No one wants to admit that Rome builds atop ghosts. Disease lingers in the shadows. The men who mix mortar for the trench lining, lime and volcanic ash, breathe in poison with every bucket.
No masks, no gloves, just wet cloth and wishful thinking. Their teeth loosen over time. Their skin grows pale and patchy. They still show up every day because sick men still need food. One morning, a man named Gaius doesn't get up. He's lying,
Flat, eyes open, but not dead. Just frozen. Some kind of fever burned through him in the night. You and a few others carry him to the edge of camp. A medic, if you can call him that, pours wine down his throat and smears crushed herbs on his chest. It's all they can do. Within 2 days, Gaius is gone, buried beside the trench. No marker, just a mound. You try not to think about it, but the trench has taken 5 men this month. 1 from a collapsed wall, 1 from heat stroke, 2 from infections, 1 from a snake bite while relieving himself. The Empire doesn't write that down. No monument lists the dead of the aqueduct line. Meanwhile, the engineers above argue about angles and gradients. Water must flow at the perfect speed, not too fast, or the masonry will erode, not too slow, or it will stagnate. They talk about precision while your fingernails blacken from rot, and your joints ache like you're twice your age. Once in a while, rumors reach you from Rome. Fountains bubbling with fresh water, marble baths so large you could row a boat in them, senators bathing in luxury while you bathe in your own sweat. The water that will someday pass through this aqueduct, it will never touch your lips. And still, you dig. You wonder if the aqueduct will ever be finished. It's said that it will take years, maybe a decade. By then, you'll either be dead or sent to another project. A bridge, a road, a fort, all stones, all dirt, all the same. The younger workers still ask questions. Why does Rome need so much?
Water? Why not build closer to the source? Why us? The older men only shrug. You don't build Rome by asking why.
You build Rome by digging until you can't. One day, the overseer pulls you aside. Your team is to help with the tunnel section, the part where the aqueduct must pass through a rocky hillside. This is the worst assignment. Darkness, poor air, cave-ins. But you say nothing. You nod, collect your tools and follow orders. In the tunnel, the air is thick with smoke and grit. Torches sputter. Every cough echoes like a warning. The stone here is hard, unyielding. The work is slow and maddening. You lose track of time. Days bleed together. Nights feel no different. And yet, deep down, something ancient stirs in you. Maybe it's pride. Maybe it's stubbornness. You are building something greater than yourself. Something that will carry water across valleys and mountains. Something that will outlive emperors. Still, you can't help but wonder, when the water finally flows, who will tell your story? Will anyone say your name? Will they even know where to look? The tunnel is done after months of grinding chisels into stubborn stone, of coughing through dust and smacking your head on the low ceiling. More times than you can count, the path has finally been cleared. The engineers cheer. You don't. You're too tired. It's said that the aqueduct will stretch nearly 50 miles when completed, carrying water from a distant spring into a city that already bursts with marble, statues and stories. But you've only seen miles of trench, stone, and men falling over from heat or hunger. Still, you're there the morning the test flow begins. The engineers gather like priests for a sacred ritual. A wooden gate is pulled, and a thin stream of water snakes down the channel, rushing along the stone like it's been waiting years to move. Everyone watches, eyes wide, breath caught, as it flows across arches and curves, dipping beneath bridges, threading past hills. And for a moment, it's beautiful. You see it and think, maybe this was worth something. But then the cheering begins. Cheering from men in clean robes who never lifted a shovel, who smell of perfumed oil instead of mildew.
And blood. They call it a victory. They call it progress.
And you know deep down, they're the only ones who will be remembered. The water finally reaches the first cistern near the city outskirts. Fountains spring to life. Stone lions spew arcs of clear water. Children dance in it. Nobles walk by. Without glancing, they don't see what you see. Every drop is paid for in cracked skin and buried bones. You and your gang are moved to a side station outside the city. You're told you'll now maintain the system, scraping out lime deposits, patching leaks, clearing blockages. The excitement of construction is over. Now begins the tedium of preservation. You sit near the aqueduct one evening, watching the water slide silently along. You dip your hands into it. It's cold, clean, perfect, and it's not for you. Even though you helped build it, you're not allowed to use it freely. Rome regulates water. Access is a privilege. The elite have channels directed into their villas. The poor, buckets if they're lucky. You can still smell the stink of the slums downstream. A fellow worker, old Marcus, leans against the stone beside you and chuckles. "You ever think we built a river we're not allowed to drink from?" he says. You nod, but you don't laugh. Later, that month, the engineer in charge receives an imperial commendation. His name is carved into a marble plaque on the aqueduct wall. Visitors pass by and read his story. Designed and overseen by, it says. Below it, nothing. No mention of the hundreds who bled here. No record of the dead. Not even a number. One night, you and a few others etch your initials into the underside of a maintenance stone, hidden from view. It's petty, it's childish, but it's yours. A whisper in the granite. And someday, when this aqueduct crumbles, when new empires rise and scholars dig into the ruins, they might find it, a faint mark, a forgotten handprint, proof that you were here, that you mattered, that the water once ran because someone, somewhere, dug a trench and never stopped. But even as the water flows and Rome sings its own praises, one thought haunts you.
Every night, is it still greatness if no one remembers who made it happen?
When people hear Viking, they imagine burning monasteries, dragon-headed ships, axes flashing in the northern sun, glory, conquest, gold. But that isn't today. Today you're stuck in a half-frozen bog, wrapped in stiff wool, huddled inside, a barely standing longhouse that smells like wet fur and damp rot. The raiding season is over, the fjords have iced over, your ship is tethered like a caged wolf at the shoreline, useless until spring thaws the sea. You are in a Viking winter camp, and it is misery. The world you move through is grey, flat, and cold. Not the romantic cold of snowy peaks, but the biting, wet cold that seeps into your bones and never leaves. There is no central fire roaring in triumph, only a smouldering hearth choking on damp peat. Your feet are wet. Your cloak is wet. Even the air inside your lungs feels soggy. You're not a warrior here. You're a survivor. The camp was thrown together fast after the last raid. A few longhouses, some pit shelters, a couple of makeshift fences, and livestock penned close to the living spaces for body heat. But body heat comes with stink. The goats bleat endlessly. The chickens are half featherless and sick. One of the pigs died last night and wasn't moved until morning, frozen stiff in its own waste. You were part of the last crew that raided a monastery up the coast. It wasn't glorious. The monks were gone, or hiding, and you found mostly mouldy bread, damp manuscripts, and a single silver chalice that your chieftain kept for himself. You got a small piece of salted fish as your share. Now that fish is gone and winter is here. Food is rationed.
Mead is diluted. Your breath fogs the air, and everyone's noses run constantly. There's no medicine, just herbs stuffed into your nose and prayers to the gods. And you wonder, where is Valhalla in this? Where is the saga for the man who spends all winter trying not to die of exposure? You wrap yourself tighter in your cloak and glance at the others. Grim faces, snot-frozen beards,
Calloused fingers that shake when they try to hold an axe. One man, Orm, has been coughing for days. At first, it was ignored. Now it's constant, deep, rattling, wet. People have stopped sleeping beside him. They pretend not to notice when he hacks blood into the snow. But you notice, and you worry you'll be next. The worst part isn't the cold or the hunger, it's the boredom. No battles to fight, no rivers to sail. Just the same frozen mud, the same thin gruel, the same snarling. Dogs that bark at shadows. Occasionally, the chieftain gathers you for practice drills, but even those are half-hearted. The blades are rusted. The men limp. The arrows splinter in the cold. One night, the wolves come too close. You hear the growls just beyond the outer camp, dark shapes moving like ghosts between the trees. A child screams. By morning, one of the goats is gone. Blood stains the snow. There are no tracks, just a few tufts of fur. Everyone pretends it was nothing, but you all feel it. The edge between wild and human is thin out here. You ask yourself, if we're the strong ones, the raiders, the chosen of Odin, why are we hiding from the cold like beaten dogs? Why does it feel like winter is the real conqueror? A week passes. The snow deepens. The gruel thins. You chew each bite slowly, not because it's hot or hearty, but because it needs to last. A bowl of porridge, mostly water, bark shavings, and a few stray barley grains, is your reward for surviving another frozen night. It tastes like wood, smells worse. The longhouse creaks in the wind. The timber is soaked, swollen from melted frost, and refrozen into jagged layers. Everything feels brittle. Walls, tools, bones. The younger men joke less now. No songs, no boasts, just silence. Every cough makes heads turn. Every sneeze feels like a death omen. Orm, the sick man, finally dies. They drag his body out behind the camp into the forest clearing. Not out of disrespect, but out of necessity. There is no graveyard, no sacred fire, not enough wood for a pyre. They cover him with stones and offer a murmured prayer to Odin. Then they walk back without a word. By now, you've memorized every sound of the camp. The creak of leather, the hiss of wind against thatch, the slow drip of snowmelt off the roof. You've even started talking to the fire like it's a person, pleading with it to stay lit, promising it slivers of dried fish skin in exchange for warmth. One of the older men, Thori, begins carving runes into wood slats. Not spells, not prophecies, just names, names of the fallen, names of those who left for raids and never returned, names of those who died in winters past. He nails them to the post outside the longhouse like a tally of those who lost the fight, against silence. One morning, you wake up, and the goat pen is empty. Not raided, just opened. The animals wandered out, or were led. Nobody speaks of it, but suspicion blooms. There's no blame, just silent glares. The boundaries of brotherhood begin to fray when stomachs hollow out. Your hands shake more now. From cold, from weakness, it blurs together. A man beside you cuts himself while sharpening a blade and cries, not from pain, but from the realization that he can no longer trust his own fingers. The chieftain tries to rally the group. He reminds everyone that spring will come, that the Thor will bring ships, raids, silver, meat. But his voice cracks, his face is pale. He's not a god. He's a man with a frostbitten toe, who dreams of meat he can't taste anymore. You begin to see the forest differently. Not as a place of threat, but possibility. You and two others try to trap a hare. You wait hours in snow up to your knees. When one is caught, it's barely enough for one person. Still, you cook it together, share the bones. You joke about naming the next one before eating it. This is what survival becomes, laughing at what used to horrify you. Even the gods grow quiet in times like these. You used to pray to Thor for strength, to Odin for wisdom. Now you mutter at the stars, hoping someone, anyone, is listening. You stare at your reflection in a frozen puddle, sunken cheeks, cracked lips, eyes rimmed with red. You look less like a warrior and more like the ghosts your people tell stories about. and you start to wonder, is this how sagas are really born? Not through glory, but through endurance, through silence, through starving in a hut no one will remember. The calendar means nothing now. No carved stick. No moon phase. Just the sound of snow collapsing from the rooftops tells you time is still moving. Slowly, cruelly, but forward. Spring was supposed to arrive weeks ago, but the ice refuses to break. The fjord is still frozen, thick enough to walk across. The ship, the pride of the crew, is lashed to a frozen dock and buried in snow up to its hull. You scrape ice from the planks every few days, not to prepare it, but to remind yourself it's still there. Still waiting. Like you, inside the camp, things unravel quietly. The food ran out 4 days ago. Now you gnaw bones boiled until soft, chew on leather scraps, suck on pine twigs hoping for taste. You don't dream anymore, you hallucinate. You hear laughter that isn't real, smell bread that doesn't exist. Blink, and the illusion vanishes. One man, Eric, walks into the woods and never returns. Another, younger, begins mumbling to a carved figurine he keeps in his belt pouch. He says it speaks to him. No one argues. Everyone is talking to something invisible now, gods, ghosts, or the idea of warmth. The chieftain is sick. He hides it, but not well. His nose bleeds, his legs shake. You catch him staring at the sky too long, like he's trying to will the sun to burn hotter. But the gods don't negotiate with frost. Then one day, the sound changes. Not much, just a creak, a drip. But you hear it. Water. The ice on the edges of the fjord is melting. Everyone hears it.
Everyone stops. It's as if the entire camp holds its breath. The thaw has begun. The relief is physical. You cry, though you're not sure why. Joy, grief, release. It doesn't matter. The thaw means survival. You'll live. Maybe. You gather.
Wood, patch sails, clean hulls, limbs stiff, hearts cautious. The idea of sailing again feels foreign, like something only the old you did, someone who had meat on their bones and strength in their hands. Finally, the day comes when the ship pushes into open water. It groans, resists, then floats. You board it like a stranger. The sea smells new, wild, a memory and a warning. As you leave the winter camp behind, you don't cheer. There are no songs. Just the sound of oars, the flap of wet sails, and the ghosts you're leaving buried beneath the snow. No rune stones mark their graves. No sagas will sing their names. Their bones will rot beside the longhouses, washed by meltwater, hidden under moss and earth, and 100 years from now someone might find the camp. They'll marvel at the ship parts, the rusted blades, the cracked bowls. They'll wonder who lived here, what gods they worshipped, what life they endured. But they won't know you. They'll never feel the hunger in your spine, the chill in your marrow, the silence between breaths. And that's the curse of winter. Survival. You don't die in glory. You vanish in mud. You thaw into nothing. You wake before dawn, not to an alarm, not to a rooster, but to the sound of a single bell tolling in the dark. One note, no voice, no words. Because here, in this monastery, silence is not golden. It is law. You are a monk in 12th century Europe, part of a monastic order devoted to discipline, prayer, and absolute stillness. Not metaphorical silence, literal. Spoken words are forbidden except during certain hours or for designated purposes. Even then, only a few may speak. The rest, like you, communicate with glances, hand gestures, and patience. The first thing you do is pray. Not in a soft bed, not with warmth. You kneel on cold stone in a bare cell the size of a small closet. Your robes are thin. Your knees ache. But you don't move. Moving might disturb the silence. Your day is carved by bells. The first summons you to matins, the night vigil. The room is lit by candlelight, and rows of hooded figures chant in Latin. You mouth the words, not out loud, just enough to move your lips. The chant is ancient, slow and repetitive. It loops like time itself. After matins there is no breakfast, not in the way you might imagine. Just a small piece of bread and watered ale. Meals are taken in total silence, with your eyes lowered to the wooden table. Sometimes a senior monk reads scripture aloud as you eat, his voice the only one allowed to break the quiet. The bread is hard. The ale is sour, but your hunger has shrunk over time. You no longer crave variety, only regularity. The meal is short, structured, then you rise. No talking, just the quiet shuffle of sandaled feet over stone floors. The rest of your day is divided into tasks: manuscript copying, herb gardening, tending the monastery's animals, or cleaning. You work in complete silence beside others, but you do not speak to them, even if you want to, even if your hands cramp and your eyes blur from the tiny writing. You do not ask for help. You endure, and the silence, it gets inside you. At first, it's maddening. The absence of sound isn't peaceful, it's heavy. You begin to notice everything: your breathing, the scratch of your pen, the creak of wood. Thoughts echo louder when nothing interrupts them. Regrets, doubts, memories, all amplified by the quiet. You remember when you first arrived, you had a name, a voice, a laugh. But over time, you lost those things. Here, names are not used casually. Laughing is rare. Your identity fades until you're just another cowl among many. But that is the point. To lose the self. To submit to something greater. The rule of St. Benedict governs your life. It commands humility, obedience, discipline. Silence is its highest
virtue, because in silence you cannot sin, you cannot lie, you cannot lash out. You must only listen to God, to the world, to your own failing will. But is silence really peace?
Or is it just another form of control? As evening nears, you are called to complin, the final prayer before rest. The chapel is dark now, candles flicker. You kneel again, bones creaking, lips still. The chant begins once more, and as the last note fades, you walk back to your cell in silence, like always. But tonight a question lingers when no one speaks for years. Do you forget how? The days blend. Bells ring, feet shuffle, pens scrape. But no one speaks. At first, the silence felt like a test. Something to master. A spiritual exercise like fasting or kneeling for hours in prayer. But now it feels like something else. Something heavier. Like chains only invisible. You start to notice the cracks in the quiet. One monk, Brother Aelred, hums to himself while gardening. Soft, tuneless, barely audible, but it's there. Another, Brother Martin, gestures too eagerly at meals, trying to make a joke with his hands. He gets a warning glance from the prior. The rule must be upheld. Even joy must be measured. Even thoughts, it seems, must be quiet. You begin to miss the sound of your own voice. Not in conversation. Just sound. You try to remember what you sounded like when you laughed, when you sang, when you cried. It's all fuzzy now. Your voice has become a stranger. The monastery is not a place of cruelty exactly. It is well ordered, clean. Food arrives like clockwork. Tasks rotate predictably. No one beats you. But the absence of choice is its own kind of violence. You cannot ask questions. You cannot tell someone when you're cold or sick or afraid, and in that void, the mind fills in the blanks. During manual labor, you copy manuscripts in the scriptorium, long, slow hours of ink and vellum. Bent backs, cramped fingers. You are forbidden to alter the text, to embellish or question it. Just copy. Word for word, even if it makes no sense. Even if your eyes blur, even if the Latin folds in on itself like a riddle, you must obey. One afternoon, your ink spills, just a drop, but it ruins the page. You freeze. For a moment, your instinct is to exclaim, to say something, anything, but you don't. You bow your head and turn to the next sheet. There are other moments too, times when silence aches. A younger monk slices his hand while cutting herbs. He makes no sound. Tears fill his eyes, but he presses cloth to the wound and continues. No call for help, no complaint, just blood, patience, and pain. In the refectory, you hear someone cough again and again, not loud, just enough to signal something's wrong, but no one says a word. You keep chewing your stale bread, wondering if he'll still be here next week. You once believed silence was sacred. Now you wonder if it's just a way to avoid the weight of each other's pain. One night, during vigils, a storm howls outside. Wind slams the shutters. Lightning flashes. You kneel beside the others in the dark chapel and you feel it. A collective shiver. A fear no one can express. Because no one dares break the rule. After the service, you return to your cell. The
wind still screams, the candlelight flickers,
and for the first time, you whisper aloud just one word, your name. It echoes like thunder in the stone room. You feel guilty, and also human. That night, you dream of voices, dozens of them laughing, arguing, singing, not prayers, not chants, just sound, messy, alive. You wake with a jolt, and in the silence that follows, a question surfaces. If silence protects the soul, what does it do to the heart? The bell rings again. You rise again. Another day, identical to the last, or nearly. It's hard to tell anymore. Time doesn't move here. It hovers. You live inside a cycle. Wake, pray, eat, work, pray again, sleep, but not a single word passes your lips. You've stopped counting how long it's been since you truly spoke. Months? Years? The world beyond the monastery feels like a rumor. You hear things through visitors, the occasional noble, the traveling bishop, the delivery of parchment and grain. But they speak only to the abbot, and always in hushed tones. The rest of you are shadows. Servants to something grander than your individuality. One day, a monk falls ill. Brother Julian, once robust and cheerful in his quiet way, now lies in the infirmary, fevered, pale, drifting. You walk past his cell on your way to Vespers. You see him through the narrow slit in the wooden door. He mouths something. His lips
move faintly. He is speaking to no one. You pause. You shouldn't linger. You shouldn't engage. But something tugs at you.
You lean closer and listen. He's praying. Not chanting, not reciting, pleading. You don't respond. You can't. You walk on. But all through prayer, you hear his voice in your head. Not the words, the rhythm, the warmth. You wonder if, when he dies, that sound will die too. That night, after Compline, you return to your cell and sit in silence. The candle burns low, the stone is cold beneath your feet, and slowly you do something forbidden. You speak again, not loud, not rebellious, just a soft whisper into the dark, a psalm, a memory.
A word that means nothing to anyone but you. And in that moment, your voice feels like a confession. You realize now that the rule of silence wasn't just about holiness. It was about erasure, about unlearning yourself. The noise of the world
Was stripped away so completely that even your own thoughts became quieter, muted. But the soul still echoes, even under stone, even in silence, even after years. You think of all the monks buried in the cloister yard. Row after row of identical graves, no inscriptions, no eulogies, just nameless devotion, sealed in dirt. They lived whole lives without ever saying what they truly felt, and the world forgot them as quickly as it buried them. In time, their manuscript might be preserved, their chapels restored, their names listed in a dusty record. But their voices,
gone. You wonder if yours will go too, or if maybe, just maybe, someone, centuries from now, will find a note scrawled in the margin of a manuscript, a slip of unsanctioned verse, or a carved message behind a wall, and know that you once whispered,
in the dark, that you were here. That silence could not erase everything, and that behind every sacred vow lived a very human longing to be heard. You are not a knight. You do not ride into battle or wear shining armor. Your battlefield is a stream. Your weapon is a wooden paddle. Your enemy is dirt, and it is winning. Welcome to the hidden war of medieval life. Laundry. You are a washerwoman, or perhaps a laundress's apprentice in a small English village during the 13th century. There is no soap as you know it, no running water, no metal wash basins, just coarse linen, endless stains, and the freezing grip of a river that never stops flowing, no matter how cold the air turns. Your day starts early, before dawn, before the sun crests over the hill and before anyone else stirs. You wake to the sound of roosters and the bite of cold. Your hands already ache before you've even touched water. The laundry is gathered from various homes: tunics, stockings, underclothes, those who are rich enough to own more than one, wool cloaks stiff with sweat, and bed linen stained with whatever people don't talk about. You carry it all in a wicker basket on your back. The weight is terrible when dry, worse when wet. There's no glamour in your job. People like to pretend that nobility is clean and divine, that lords and ladies smell like rosewater and saints. But they don't. Their servants don't. And by the time garments reach your hands, they reek of every unwashed inch of feasting, sleeping, sweating, and sickness. You trudge through the mud toward the washing area, usually a shared patch of riverbank behind the village or monastery. The stones are slippery, the air is cold. Your breath fogs as you kneel beside the water. The cleaning process is brutal. You begin by soaking garments in lye, a caustic solution made from ashes and water. You keep it in wooden barrels and stir it with a long stick. It burns if it touches your skin. There are no gloves, just calloused hands and hope. After soaking, the scrubbing begins. You beat the cloth against rocks. You slap it with wooden paddles. You scrub with sand or gritty soapwort if you can find it, and still the stains often stay. Grease, blood, mold, mystery fluids. They don't care how hard you try. You work until your arms tremble. Then you rinse everything in the icy river. The water numbs your fingers. Sometimes you pull your hands out purple, unable to bend them. You warm them by blowing into them briefly, then go back in. Then comes the wringing. You twist the fabric, lifting it high above your head, straining every muscle to force out the water. It spills down your sleeves, soaking your shift. By noon, you're freezing and soaked. You haven't eaten, and you're only halfway through. Drying is another battle. If the sun is out, you spread things on hedges, tree limbs, or lay them across. Clean straw. If it's raining, you hang them inside the smoky hut and pray they don't mildew. Then you fold, deliver, smile politely, and tomorrow you'll do it again. The worst part. No one thinks of you as important. They wear what you clean, sleep in what you scrub, trust you to keep their linens white and their clothes wearable, but they never ask how you do it or how much you hurt after. And yet your work touches everyone. You carry the scent of their homes, the grime of their feasts, the blood of their bandages, the reality of their lives pressed into fabric. And still, as you lean over the water, your knuckles cracked and raw, you ask yourself, how do you clean a world that never stops getting dirty? The smell of wet wool never really leaves you. It seeps into your skin, your hair, your dreams. It clings just like the grease and grit you scrape off every day. And the truth is, no matter how hard you scrub, most clothes never feel clean. The problem isn't you, it's the age you live in. Medieval Europe is not built for cleanliness. Bathing is rare, linen is reused endlessly, and stains are accepted.
As a fact of life, you aren't expected to make clothes pristine, just
Wearable, tolerable, less offensive to the nose, but that doesn't mean the job is easy. The lye solution is rougher than ever this season. You had to make a new batch after a windstorm soaked your previous one. That means collecting hardwood ash, mixing it with water, and waiting days for it to become strong enough to burn through a grease stain, but not so strong it destroys the cloth. There's no science, just guesswork, burns and blisters. Some days the village healer gives you soapwort, a rare, frothy plant that bubbles slightly when boiled. It's not magical, it smells like dirt, but it's gentler than lye. You save it for linens from the monastery because their cloth is finer and tears easily. Hierarchy reaches even the wash line. The nobility have better fabric and thus demand better results. They threaten when the colours fade. They complain when there's
wear.
but they never imagine how many times you have to kneel in icy water just to lighten a sleeve's discoloration. You've seen it all. Men's underclothes stained with dried blood from saddle sores, children's tunics caked in mud and manure, women's shifts spotted monthly. And you never judge. Not because you're holy, but because you're too tired. Besides, your own shift isn't spotless. In the village, people think of laundry as a woman's job. Quiet work, low work, but they forget how much strength it takes, how much weight you carry, literally and otherwise. They forget that the very health of the village depends on people like you keeping filth from festering. You've seen what happens when no one washes things. The cloth stiffens, rots, fleas and lice spread, rashes bloom, fevers follow. Disease grows silently in the folds of unwashed wool. But they don't thank you for that. They simply nod and pass the clothes back 2 days later, already re-stained. There's
a boy in the village who watches you sometimes from the path, not with malice, just curiosity. Once he asked if you hated your job. You didn't answer, not because you were rude, you just didn't know what to say. Do you hate it?
You don't love it? but it's yours, and somehow there's something noble in the effort, in making the world just a little less dirty, even if it never lasts. Still, there are nights when your back hurts so badly you can't sleep. Your fingers ache from wringing out tunics heavier than buckets. You close your eyes and see fabric still, lines of it waving in the wind, calling you back before the sun's even risen. And in those moments, a thought always returns. If your
hands stopped scrubbing tomorrow, how long before the filth swallowed everything? It rains again. The kind of steady, cold rain that soaks through everything before sunrise. The river runs faster, muddier.
And the patch of earth where you normally kneel has become a swamp. Each step a threat to your balance, each load of laundry now double the weight. But you go anyway, because no one waits for the rain to stop. The village still soils its clothes. The monks still sweat through their robes. The merchants still wipe their hands on their tunics. And so you too must continue, scrubbing, soaking, wringing. Your fingers are cracked open again. Thin red lines run along the base of your thumbs, where the cloth rubs the hardest. You notice how little blood it takes to make water pink. The
irony is not lost on you how easy it is to stain, how hard it is to clean. At midday, the sky clears slightly. You string up damp garments between two leaning trees. One of the ropes snaps from the weight, sending a pile of newly washed tunics into the mud. You curse under your breath, not loudly, just enough to taste the bitterness. No one sees it happen. There are no witnesses to the daily defeats of your job. No applause when a robe comes out cleaner than expected. No recognition when you work through frostbite or fever. And there will be no legacy. You realize that when you are gone, there won't be a monument to the laundresses. No church bells will toll. The history books will mention kings and plagues and battles, but not the ones who scrubbed lice from the nobles' sheets or fought off disease with boiling water and bare hands. No one will know how many hours you spent kneeling in mud, soaked and shaking just to make something wearable. But perhaps
that's what makes your work powerful. Because every day you push back against entropy, against decay, against the endless return of dirt. You reclaim a bit of dignity, a scrap of order in a world that seems built to unravel, and that matters, even if no one sees it. One day, centuries from now, a historian might marvel at a linen shroud in a museum. They'll praise its preservation, its weave, the dyes that survived. They may speculate about who wore it, who sewed it, but they won't ask who washed it, who spent hours with it soaked in a river, brushing out stains and praying for sun. They won't ask. But you will have been there. Your hands will have shaped history, even if history forgets your name. So you return to your basket, tie the clothes tighter, sling the strap across your shoulder. The load digs into your bones, but you walk on, because the filth always returns, and so will you. You are not standing atop a majestic stone wall, you are buried beneath it. Not literally, not yet, but the weight is there, pressing into your shoulders, your feet, your lungs. You are a laborer in 3rd century BCE China, conscripted under the rule of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor. Your job? Help build what will one day be known as the Great Wall. But right now, it's not great. It's not even a wall. It's a series of endless dirt mounds, trenches, and crude fortifications, stretching across mountains and deserts, meant to keep the northern nomads at bay. To the emperor, it's a symbol of unity and power. To you, it's a prison made of soil. You wake before sunrise in a remote labor camp. Not a village, not a town, just a cluster of tents surrounded by guard towers and the endless horizon of unfinished earthwork. You weren't asked to join the workforce. You were forced, as a soldier, a peasant, or worse, a convict. Here, those identities blur. Your first task, carry bricks. Or if bricks are unavailable, which is often, carry baskets of tamped earth. You and a dozen others walk in a line, climbing steep inclines of packed dirt, each step slow and precise. If you stumble, the weight shifts and
spills.
If you spill, you're punished. The overseers carry sticks. They don't yell much. They don't have to. The fear of being left behind, of being buried in a trench wall by accident or not, is enough to keep your back bent and your feet moving. The air is dry. The wind is worse. It whips across the open terrain, blowing grit into your eyes, nose and throat. You cough constantly. Everyone does. And no one wastes water on rinsing out mouths. Every drop is rationed. Food is coarse. Millet, boiled into porridge. Sometimes beans. Rarely meat. You eat sitting on packed soil with cracked bowls and stiff hands. If you're lucky, the camp cook didn't burn it. If you're not, you eat the charred taste anyway. Hunger makes anything edible. After breakfast, you tamp earth for hours. Workers use massive wooden stamps, some as large as barrels, to pack down layers of dirt inside crude wooden frames. You lift it, slam it, lift it again, over and over. Your hands blister, your shoulders lock. This is the wall in its early form. Layered earth, tightly packed, reinforced by exhaustion. No one speaks much. There's no energy for conversation. Just short, barked instructions and the occasional groan. The rhythm becomes everything. Walk, lift, tamp, walk again. The silence is broken only by the crack of a stick or the collapse of a worker too weak to stand. You see one man fall today, he doesn't get back up. No one helps him. 2 guards carry his body to the edge of the site. A shallow hole is dug. No
Marker. No prayer. Just dirt over dirt. That's the part no one tells you. The Great Wall is lined with bones. It's said that every few meters a life was lost during its construction.
Not in battle, in labor, in silence, and still the Emperor wants more. He wants this wall to stretch across impossible terrain, over mountains, through deserts, around river bends, to make it seamless, unbroken, eternal. But no one asks, what does it cost? At the end of the day, your hands are raw, your back screams. You sit on a stone and stare at what you've built, a mound of dirt, a shallow slope. Not impressive, not yet. But tomorrow you'll build more, and the next day, and the next, until your strength runs out, or the wall buries you too. By the second month, your skin feels like sandpaper and your joints creak like timber. You can't remember the last time your feet weren't covered in dust, or the last time you saw anything green, trees, grass. Those things don't grow here. Only dirt, sweat, and silence. The wall grows slowly, and so does the list of those who won't see it finished. Each morning, a handful of bodies are pulled from the sleeping tents. Some passed in their sleep. Others simply stopped moving. The guards bury them quickly. No rituals, no farewells. One man carves marks into a stone slab near the burial trench. No names, just slashes. The slab fills fast. You and your gang are moved to a steep incline, part of the wall that requires layers of stonework, not just packed earth. This is harder, heavier, more dangerous. The stones come by cart and you carry them up by hand, one at a time, balanced on shoulder poles or dragged with fraying ropes. Slips are common, toes break, backs snap. But the wall doesn't wait. The officials overseeing the project talk about unity. They call the wall a dragon of the land, coiling across China to protect civilization from chaos. You nod when they say that. But inside you think, dragons breathe fire. They don't crush their own underfoot. One afternoon, the command changes. A new overseer arrives, young, confident, and stricter than the last. He demands faster progress, more layers per day. He cuts rations for those who lag behind. One man argues just a few words. He disappears the next day. Rumors whisper through the tents, buried in the wall itself. Not beside it, not outside it, inside it, sealed within the clay. Is it true? You don't know, but you believe it. Everyone does, because fear is more powerful than proof. Discipline tightens. You're no longer allowed to work in pairs. Each man must haul, lift, and tamp alone. Injuries rise, hands fracture, feet twist. And no one slows down, because slowing down now means
punishment. But the wall rises. It's ugly, crude, cracked in places, but it grows. And as it grows, so does the myth. You hear stories around the campfires, quiet, forbidden ones.
About men who tried to run and were hunted like animals. About women who marched hundreds of miles to find their husbands' graves. About a mother who cried so long at the base of the wall, the stones collapsed in sympathy. No one knows what's real anymore. The stories blur with the dust. You just know that the wall takes everything and gives nothing back. At night, you stare at the stars and wonder, does the emperor care? He lives in palaces lit with lanterns. His robes are silk, his water is clean. Does he know how many have died for this wall? Or is it just a line on a map to him? You once believed in duty. You believe in survival. And, still, the overseer shouts, more stone, more height. No rest. And the wall obeys, but you ask yourself, quietly, when no one can hear, if we are buried here, who will even know we were ever alive? It is said that the Great Wall is the backbone of China. Strong, unbreakable, timeless, but you know the truth. That backbone is brittle, splintered with the bones of men like you. Months pass. Seasons shift, though the landscape barely changes. The sun still burns your neck during the day. The wind still scrapes your skin raw at night. The camps rise, crumble, and move further west. As the wall stretches, so does the line of your life, dragging behind you like a rope pulled too tight. You no longer count days. You count injuries. A twisted ankle. A crushed finger. A cut that won't heal. The worst aren't always visible. Your breathing grows shallower. The dust lives in your chest now, settling in your lungs like permanent fog. One morning, a man beside you collapses mid-hall. His name was Han. You think? Maybe? He groaned once, then was silent. No one rushed to help. The work doesn't stop. The stone doesn't move itself. Later, after sunset, a few of you carry him to the trench. You try to remember if he had family, children, a home village. But all you know of him is the sound of his breathing at night. And now that too is gone. There is no ceremony, just the sound of shovels and silence, and still the wall grows. Eventually, the bricks arrive. Proper stone blocks, cut to fit, heavy, precise, uniform. The emperor wants permanence now. Dirt won't do anymore. You're told the wall must last forever. You build faster, taller, stronger. The tools improve. The workload doesn't. But something else changes. You begin to hear whispers, not among workers, but from passing merchants and soldiers travelling along the early segments of the wall. They speak of admiration. They call it a wonder. They say the emperor's wall will be remembered for 10,000 years. You wonder, will you? There are no plaques, no carvings, no tally of names, only the wall itself. You imagine someone, centuries from now, walking atop the stone you set with your own hands. Maybe they'll look out over the desert and think about defense, about conquest, about the brilliance of ancient engineering. But will they think of the hands that bled for every inch? Will they imagine the man who died of exhaustion while mixing?
Mortar? Will they care about the worker buried beneath the base when the trench was too shallow to dig another grave?
Probably not. History remembers emperors, not the backs they stood on. Still, as you pack one last stone into place, you leave something behind, a scratch hidden behind a block, barely visible, just a mark, not a message, not a name, just proof that a hand was here, that a life was lived, that a wall was not built by ghosts. And as the sun sets and the wind howls across the land you've labored into submission, one question drifts through your mind. If a monument lasts forever, but forgets, the people who made it, what does it really honor? You've seen the paintings, grand Tudor manners, velvet gowns, ruffled collars and polished floors. But here's the truth they never paint. The entire city smells like a chamber pot. You are a commoner in London during the reign of Henry VIII. You live not in courtly halls, but in the shadows of timber-framed buildings stacked like crooked teeth along narrow, mucky alleys. Your home is a single room above a tavern, the walls sweating with moisture and the floor crawling with fleas. Your daily enemy? Waste. Not just the waste of your own family, but of hundreds. The filth of a city bursting beyond its medieval seams. There are no toilets, not for people like you. If you're lucky, there's a communal privy shared with dozens. If you're not, there's a bucket, or a corner, or the open gutter that runs past your front door. You begin your day not with breakfast, but with the smell of rot. Human waste, animal dung, rotting fish, spilled ale, butcher's blood. All of it flows together into shallow drainage trenches along the streets called kennels. In theory, these carry sewage away. In practice, they carry it just far enough to pile up at the next clog. Every morning, someone throws open a shutter and yells, "Gardy-loo!" It's your only warning before a bucket of urine and feces splashes into the street below. You've been hit before. Everyone has. You try not to. Walk beneath windows, but you can't avoid them all. Your boots are never clean. They squelch with every step, soaked with the worst kinds of filth. Even the church smells. The river? It's worse. The Thames is a dumping ground. Corpses, waste, spoiled goods, all float downstream with holy indifference. You're a tanner's apprentice. That means your job isn't just near the stink, it is the stink. Tanning leather in Tudor England means soaking hides in urine, scraping off hair with dull knives, then dunking the skins into vats of dog feces to soften them. You stir the mixture by hand, gagging behind a cloth, breathing through your mouth, knowing you'll never scrub the smell off your skin. And yet, people want leather. For shoes, belts, books. Nobles parade in perfumed boots that you helped craft. Boots, soaked in the same sludge you now stand in. Bathing is rare. You wash with cold water once a week if there's time. Soap is expensive. Most just rub with sand or ash and hope for rain. Illness spreads quickly here. Fevers come and go like gossip. Boils appear, teeth fall out, children cough blood, and
are forgotten within days. You avoid the rats, but they're clever and always watching. Still somehow, you survive because you must. You've learned how to walk in sludge without slipping, how to eat with dirty hands without dying, how to sleep through the sounds of retching, barking and arguing in the streets below. And as you scrub another hide in the tanner's pit, holding your breath, you ask yourself, is it really civilization if it smells like this?
there are days when the air feels heavy, not just with filth, but with dread. You hear whispers of sickness long before it reaches your alley. A neighbour's cousin, a butcher's boy, a milkmaid, each one dropping fast, sweating, vomiting.
Raving, the symptoms sound all too familiar, and soon the black cloth appears on doors. Plague, it always returns. The city tries to pretend it's in control.
Officials mark infected homes with red crosses. They write, "Lord have mercy," in chalk across the doors. But there's no mercy here, just locked rooms, muffled cries, and smoke rising from hastily dug pits on the outskirts of town. You try to stay clean, but how? The streets run with waste. The water is brown. The tanner's pit reeks. Every breath feels like a risk. Some say perfume keeps the plague away. Rich men wear rose oil and stuff herbs in their sleeves. You press an old rag soaked in vinegar to your face and hope. Inside homes, the story isn't much better. Privies overflow. Buckets aren't emptied fast enough. Chamber pots sit under beds too long. Linen sheets, once white, turn brown. No one
has the strength or the soap to keep up. You remember when your younger sister got sick?
It started with a fever, then shaking, then the spots, dark, angry boils that bloomed along her neck and arms. You wanted to scream, but you couldn't. You couldn't afford to call the searchers. If they found her, they'd lock your whole family inside, so you lied. You hid her in the back room, away from the window, fed her stale bread, and whispered prayers. But prayers don't stop rot. She died before the sun rose. You buried her in the garden, quietly, illegally, like so many.
Others, and the worst part?
You weren't surprised because in Tudor England death comes not with drama but with routine. Still you return to work the next day. The hides must be cleaned, the orders must be filled, the streets must be walked, even if your boots leak and the puddles sting your open cuts. The nobles still hold banquets. They still dance in perfumed halls, but they don't see the labour behind the luxury, the laundresses scrubbing blood-stained linens, the night soil men hauling waste barrels by moonlight, the children rinsing chamber pots in the same water they drink from. You wonder sometimes, what would happen if the waste wasn't carried away? If the city stopped pretending, would it drown in its own filth, or has it already? Still, there are small victories. A clean shirt, dried on a windy day, a rare cake of soap passed down through the family, a neighbour who shares boiled water and doesn't ask questions.
You hold on to those moments like treasures, because the filth may surround you, but it hasn't yet taken everything. Not your will, not your memory, not your defiance. And as you step over a fresh pile of waste, hand over your mouth, heart pounding, you
ask yourself, how much dirt can a city bury before it forgets who's underneath? The monarchs come and go, Henry, Edward, Mary, Elizabeth. Their portraits hang in guild halls, their names etched into gold. Their dramas fill ballads and books, but down here, beneath their kingdoms, the streets still run brown. You keep your head low as nobles parade past on litters, lifted high above the mess, literally and metaphorically. Their servants shout for the streets to be cleared. Their silk shoes never touch the ground. Yours haven't been dry in weeks. You hear rumours that the Queen herself bathes once a month, maybe even more, that her linens are scrubbed with crushed lavender and her hair combed with ivory. You wonder what that feels like. Clean hair, smooth skin, to smell like anything other than smoke and tannin and waste, but you know better than to dream. The tanners' pits are fuller than ever. A recent order came through for 20 pairs of boots, all for guards at the palace. You help scrape the hides, your hands trembling with fatigue. One slip, and the blade slices your palm. Again, you wrap it with a rag and keep working. There's no other option. As you limp home, the sun is setting. The sky burns orange, and the shadows stretch long through the alleys. You pass a girl scooping water from a puddle, a boy washing his hands in the same basin used to soak bloody rags, a man vomiting behind a tavern, barely noticed. The city lives like this, breathes like this, and still manages to thrive. They'll call this a golden age someday. They'll praise the rise of English culture, the flowering of poetry, the birth of empire, but they won't mention the stench, the rats, the stream of human waste running past Shakespeare's theatre, and they definitely won't mention you. Your hands, cracked and bleeding, won't make it into the textbooks. Your soaked boots won't be displayed in museums. Your labour, your struggle, your silent battle with filth, it will all be washed away with the next rainfall. Still tomorrow, you'll rise, you'll empty the chamber pots, stir the tanning vats.
Step over the same gutter rivers, not for glory, not for praise, but because someone must. And even if no one ever says it out loud,
Civilization only stands because someone else cleaned up the mess. As you light a tallow candle and pull a wool blanket over your shoulders, you think about all the people who will live centuries from now, walking paved streets, drinking from clean pipes, lighting lamps with switches. You wonder, will they ever ask who carried the waste before them? Will they ever thank the ones who held their breath just so the world wouldn't reek? The city hums before the sun rises. Vendors prepare barley and lentils. Potters open their kilns. Slaves sweep dust from temple steps. The world moves noisy and warm. But you as a scribe begin in silence. You sit cross-legged on a woven mat, inside a schoolroom that smells of reed oil, baked earth, and tired ambition. The clay tablets are already laid out, damp, heavy, waiting. You pick up your stylus, a carved reed sharpened to a wedge, and press your first line of cuneiform. It's a receipt. 2 goats, 1 jar of beer, and a questionable debt from a merchant who still smells of spoiled dates. This is your life. Not epic poems, not royal decrees, just clay, endless, boring clay. When people hear the word scribe, they imagine wisdom, prestige. They think of scrolls, knowledge, the written word, shaping civilization. But here in ancient Mesopotamia, Babylon, Sumer, Akkad, take your pick, the reality is more painful. Literally. Writing isn't romantic, it's labor. Each symbol takes precision. Each line requires strength. Your fingers ache. Your back knots into a permanent curve. You spend your life hunched over clay, squinting at symbols that change slightly depending on who trained you. And the school? It's no sanctuary. Scribal education is brutal. You began as a child, dragged by your father or uncle most likely, because someone in your family hoped for upward mobility. You memorized hundreds of signs by rote, copied myths and contracts, until your hands blistered. You were beaten when you made mistakes. And mistakes were easy. A single flick of the stylus could turn barley into ox, or gift into theft. Now, as an adult, You live in a modest house behind a merchant's stall. Your sandals wear thin too quickly. Your neighbors think you're better off than them because you can write. You earn a few shekels per tablet, sometimes more for love letters or land disputes, but most of it goes to food, taxes, and paying for your younger cousin's scribal lessons, because of course your family expects you to train the next one. Today, a temple priest arrives with a special request, a set of tax records, 6 tablets. In all must be written before nightfall. You nod, kneel, and begin. Hours pass. You press signs for silver, for wheat, for refused payment. You record the name of a man who will likely be whipped for owing too much. You don't know him, but your hand condemns him. As the sun sets, you press the final symbol. You dry the tablets over a fire. The room fills with smoke and silence, and in that stillness you wonder, will any of these tablets matter in 100 years? In 1,000? Will they sit in a museum carefully labeled while your name fades like footprints in the dust? You once believed that writing would give you power, that words pressed into clay with your own hands would grant you status, respect from the priests, gratitude from the merchants, protection from kings. But now, sitting alone under the flickering light of an oil lamp, you realize writing doesn't free you, it binds you. You've become the tool that records the decisions of others. The tax collector needs a debt ledger. You write it. The temple wants to falsify the grain tithe. You make it official. The mayor demands a contract revised to favor his cousin. You correct the mistake because scribes don't question. They transcribe. You've seen things, secrets baked into hardened clay, the kind that could destroy men, property stolen, wives bartered, priests bribed, names erased, but your stylus doesn't care. It obeys. And so must you refuse, and you'll be replaced. Or worse, there is no ink, no pen, just wet clay and his dick. That's all it takes to legalize corruption, to memorialize lies, to bury truth beneath ancient symbols. You start to notice how many people fear you. Not because you're dangerous, but because you understand. You read what others can't. You write what others wish they could. Erase. And so they smile too widely. They offer dates, oil promises. They flatter your handwriting, praise your precision. But behind the flattery lies discomfort. Because in a world where most are illiterate, knowledge is suspicion. Even other scribes don't trust each other. You watch their eyes shift across your tablet, reading the spacing, the alignment, wondering if you've hidden something in plain sight. A single sign out of place can change everything. The pressure never lifts. You work during festivals, you work during storms, you work while sick. No one sends gifts to scribes. No one thanks them for keeping order. They just expect your tablets to be dry by dawn. And when you grow old, there's no pension, no legacy, just more students to teach, more contracts to copy, more prayers to recite in stiff posture, dreaming of anything other than your desk and your dust-covered feet. Sometimes you envy the labourers. They come home sore, yes, but done. Their work ends with the sun. Yours follows you into dreams, into your joints, into the back of your eyes where signs swim even when you close your lids. One night you find a chipped tablet in a corner of the schoolhouse, an old practice slate. From your youth it reads, "The stylus is sharp and the burden is heavy." You laugh dryly because whoever wrote that wasn't exaggerating. Then you add a second line. But silence is heavier, because without your writing, the city would collapse. Without scribes, there would be no record, no law, no memory. Still, as you press a new sign into fresh clay, you wonder if you record everyone else's truth, who will ever write yours? Years pass. Your hands don't move as quickly now. Your fingers are swollen at the knuckles. Your eyesight fades in low light. Still they call for you, the priest, the magistrate, the merchant, as if age has made you wiser, not simply more tired. You train apprentices now.
Young boys with nervous fingers and swollen pride. They come thinking they'll write epics, carve their names into history. You don't tell them otherwise. Why break the illusion? It will break soon enough on its own. You give them practice.
Tablets and drills, repetition. You remind them that one crooked wedge can turn blessing into punishment. That one lazy stroke can spark a lawsuit. They nod. They do not understand. No one really does until their first real contract sends a man to prison. You've written thousands of tablets over your life. Most are gone now, cracked, reused, lost. In fires, swept into the river. Some survive, maybe. Buried in sealed jars. Hidden in temple vaults. Forgotten in the back of storerooms. But none carry your name, because you were never the subject. Always the scribe. The voice behind the voice, you.
Once wrote an epic poem, your own, secretly.
Late at night, on stolen clay with no commission and no deadline. It was about a man who spoke to the gods but was cursed to write their messages forever, never knowing if the gods ever listened. You never shared it. You shattered the tablet the next day, not out of fear, but out of futility, because you knew the world doesn't save the writer. It saves the words. Now you walk slower. The school is quieter. One of your students leaves to become a court scribe. Another dies of fever. Another joins the army. He says he'd rather carry a spear than a stylus. You don't blame him. One morning, you look at your stylus and realize you haven't picked it up in days. You don't miss it. Instead, you walk to the edge of the ziggurat, the temple tower that rises like a stairway to the heavens. You look out over the city. The sun
Rises over clay rooftops, market stalls, smoking kilns, and somewhere down there, your words live. In debt records, in wedding contracts.
in grain tallies and border disputes and songs you were paid to transcribe, even though you hated the melody. You remember none of the names. You wonder if they remember yours. Probably not, but maybe, far in the future, a stranger will dig into the earth and find one of your tablets. Maybe their fingers will trace the symbols you carved. Maybe they'll speak your words aloud, not knowing they once belonged to tired hands and inkless dreams. And maybe, just maybe, that will be enough. Because even if the world forgets your face, your labor, your life, your marks remain etched in dust, dried in clay, waiting for someone someday to wonder, who wrote this? The first thing that hits you is the smell, not the gunpowder, not the smoke, but the rot, rotting wood, rotting flesh, rotting earth. You are in the trenches of the Western Front, 1916. World War I has been dragging on for years, and this stretch of earth in northern France has seen little change, except the deepening of the mud and the rising of the dead. You're not a hero. You're not even sure why you're here anymore. You're a soldier, barely older than a schoolboy, dressed in a uniform that never fits right, and boots that soak through by morning. Your trench is a narrow ditch, lined with sandbags, wooden planks, and desperation. The walls are wet, always. The floor is mud, always. And if you're not careful, you'll sink ankle deep with every step. There are boardwalks laid across some sections, but they're rotted or missing. You've seen men lose boots to the earth like the mud is hungry for anything it can take. You've also seen rats. Big ones, they don't scurry, they stride like they own the place. They chew through rations, uniforms, even the dead. You've woken up with one sitting on your chest, another chewing at your bootlaces. One soldier, Jenkins, claims he saw a rat tugging a human finger across the trench floor. No one doubts him. Sleep is rare. When it comes, it's cold, wet, and shallow. You curl into yourself, coat pulled tight, helmet clutched against your chest like a blanket. You dream of dry socks, of warm beds, of home. But home feels like another lifetime. You hear the shelling in the distance, constant like thunder. Sometimes it's near enough to make your ribs rattle. The earth shakes, the sky lights up, and then everything goes dark again, like it never happened. You're always waiting, waiting for orders, for food, for the enemy, for the rain to stop, for the latrine line to move, for the lice to go away, for the war to end, but nothing ever really does. Your rifle is clean. Always. Even when your hands are too numb to tie your boots, you keep the weapon dry. It's habit now, like breathing, like swatting flies. The officer says today might bring an advance. You don't believe him. He said that last week, then the week before. But still you tighten your boots, you check your ammunition, you look at the sky like it has answers. In the trench beside yours, a man sobs quietly.
No one shushes him. You all understand, this isn't a battlefield, it's a waiting room for death. And as you settle into the wall again, watching the rats scurry by, you wonder if you die here in this mud, under this grey sky, will anyone know?
Where to find you? There are no clocks here, only explosions to mark the hours, only screams to measure the day. You wake to the sound of a mortar blast, close. The walls shake. A trickle of mud falls from the roof of the dugout. You don't move. Right away, you've learned not to react too quickly. Some blasts hit close. Others just remind you they're out there, watching. You roll over. Your coat is damp. Again. Your legs are numb below the knees. Your boots are stiff with dried mud and something else you don't want to name. You scratch your thigh and catch
A flea. You don't even bother to crush it. There will be 10 more by the time you finish scratching. Breakfast comes in a dented tin. Cold beans. Maybe. You can't tell anymore.
You eat with fingers, not utensils. The spoon disappeared days ago, or maybe someone borrowed it. Things vanish in the trench. Socks, knives, names. The trench isn't just a hole in the ground, it's a maze. Narrow walls, sharp corners, sudden steps. If you walk too fast, you collide with someone. If you walk too slow, you get pushed. You always look down, partly to avoid the mud, but mostly because no one wants to meet each other's eyes. Looking too closely means remembering. Remembering that Jenkins used to sing, that Morris had a brother.
At the Somme. That Wilson doesn't speak anymore, not since the last gas attack. He just sits, helmet in his lap, eyes fixed on nothing.
They call it shell shock, but it feels like watching a soul shrink into silence. There's a rumour the enemy dug a tunnel beneath your section. You hear the stories whispered at night, how the ground might just explode under you one day. No warning.
No heroics, just air, then dirt, then dark. You write letters home, but you leave things out. You don't mention the lice, the trench foot, the rats, the boy who was too slow and lost his face to shrapnel.
Instead, you write about the cold weather and how the lads are holding up. and you end with, "Don't worry, but they should worry," because you don't know who you are anymore. You used to have a name, a voice, a laugh. Now you have a rifle, a number, and a hope that today won't be the day your luck runs out. At night, the rats return. They move like shadows. You pretend they aren't there. You close your eyes and try to imagine your old bed, the one with a real mattress and sheets that didn't smell like blood and mold. You try to remember the color of the sky before it turned to smoke. But all you see now is grey, and all you hear is the waiting. The officer says there might be an attack tomorrow. "We'll push forward," he says. You nod, but inside a voice asks, "Forward to what?" The order comes at dawn, a whistle, sharp, high, one note. That's all. You line up with the others. You don't speak. You check your boots, your rifle, your helmet strap. Not because you think it will save you, but because routine is all that's left. No man's land stretches before you, a frozen, cratered waste of broken wire, shattered trees, and corpses half buried in the earth. It's quiet now. Too quiet. The kind of silence that means something terrible is about to begin. You climb the ladder slowly, hands trembling, mud falling in clumps. One boot slips. You catch yourself. Breathe. Then over. The moment your head clears the trench wall, you hear it. Machine gun fire, sharp, repeating, relentless. You duck, run, fall, stand again. Bodies move beside you. Some fall and don't rise, others scream, but mostly it's just noise, deafening noise. Dirt sprays into the air. Blood follows. You
don't see the enemy. You never do. Just flashes, just fire. You run until you hit a shell crater.
You dive in. Someone's already there. Dead. You don't look at the face. You crouch, heart pounding, hands numb. You don't know how far you've come, or how far you have to go. You press your back against the side of the crater and wait. Then something strange happens. It starts to snow. Tiny flakes drift through the smoke. They land on your sleeve, your helmet, the blood-soaked mud. It's quiet now, except for the groaning wind and the occasional cry from no man's land. The snow keeps falling, soft, indifferent. You think of home, of firewood, of stew, of the way your mother used to shake the snow off her shawl before coming.
Inside, you close your eyes for just a moment. Then someone grabs your shoulder, a corporal, screaming something. You can't hear it over the ringing in your ears. He points back. Signals retreat. You run. You don't remember how. Your feet move. Your lungs burn. You reach the trench again. Hands pull you down. You collapse onto the
wooden planks covered in blood that isn't yours. They don't ask questions. They just hand you water and a tin of something warm. You eat with shaking hands. The man next to you isn't the same one from this morning. That one didn't make
it. This one doesn't ask your name.
Just shares his blanket. You don't speak. You just breathe. Later that night, you hear a sound in the dark. Soft, scuttling, a rat. It crawls over your boots, disappears under your pack. You don't flinch. You're used to it. You wonder how many more nights there will be. How many more mornings with whistles. With how many more friends buried in the mud. Names carved on wooden crosses that will rot before anyone reads them. One day they'll call this the Great War. They'll speak of valor and strategy, but they won't mention the smell, or the lice, or the snow melting into open wounds. They won't mention you. Still, as you drift into a shallow, broken sleep, you whisper to yourself, not a prayer, not a curse, just a question. If no one remembers the ones who slept with rats, Did they ever?
Really live?
You arrived in Virginia with high hopes. The ships had names like Susan Constant and Godspeed. The men around you spoke of gold, glory, and taming the new world. England would be proud. You would return rich. That was over a year ago. Now you're standing ankle-deep in a mosquito-choked swamp, holding a rusted tin bowl filled with something that might once have been broth. You can't remember the last time you ate meat that wasn't salted beyond recognition or chewed without your teeth hurting. You are a settler in Jamestown, 1609. And this is not a colony. It's a graveyard in progress. The land promised abundance, but you were lied to. The soil is too sandy for crops, and the brackish river water rises and falls with the tide. Fresh in the morning, poisoned with salt by evening. You drank it anyway, everyone did. Now most of them are sick. The summer heat makes everything rot faster. Food, clothing, tempers. You watch as men fight over stale biscuits. You've seen someone kill for a handful of corn. The fort is a wooden triangle built in haste, its walls leaning like tired shoulders. Inside are roughly 200 souls, though the number drops every day. Fever takes some. Starvation takes others. Arrows from the surrounding tribes take the rest. You've tried planting, the corn failed. The beans vanished in the night, stolen or dug up by raccoons. You caught a turtle once, roasted it slowly. Everyone in the blockhouse swore it was the best thing they'd ever eaten. There is no gold, no silver, no prosperity, only salt meat, damp shoes, and a daily prayer that your name won't be read at the evening burial. Your clothes hang off your frame now, rags really. Once proud garments from London are now stained and threadbare. Your boots have holes the size of coins. Your fingernails are cracked and blackened. You haven't bathed in months, no one has. The leadership is splintered. The governor is too sick to speak. His assistant argues with the soldiers. The labourers argue with the carpenters. Everyone is angry and everyone is hungry. You remember the promises: rich soil, friendly natives, trade routes, a better life. Instead, you sleep on the ground beside a wall that leaks rain. You cough blood into your sleeve and pray it's not the flux, the bloody dysentery that's already taken 6 of your friends. Still you rise each morning. Still you gather firewood. Still you boil river water until the pot is empty and your hope burns away with the steam. Some talk of returning home. But there's no ship. Not now, maybe not ever. So you wait. You learn to ration. You learn to hunt rats. You learn to chew leather softened in broth. And as you sit in the flickering firelight, ribs like fence posts, eyes hollow from sleepless nights, you whisper to yourself, if this is the foundation of a new world, what kind of world are we building? Winter has arrived, but it doesn't look the way it did in England. No snow-covered cottages, no glowing hearths, no warm stews simmering over coals. Here in Jamestown, winter is a long, drawn-out silence. Our hunger that doesn't fade only deepens. They call it the starving time now, not as a warning, as a fact. The animals are gone, hunted, eaten. The squirrels vanished first, then the birds, even the dogs. One by one they disappeared, not into the woods but into pots. You remember the taste of dog, greasy, gamey, better than nothing. Better than bark. The fort is quieter these days. Most of the men don't bother pretending anymore. The strong drag themselves out to gather wood. The weak sit against the walls, staring into the distance. Some don't speak. Some don't wake. Inside the barracks, you boil boot leather. You shave off the outer crust, soak it in water for hours, then chew. It doesn't fill you, but it gives your mouth something to do besides beg. One man, Thomas, ate a belt last week. Another chewed the soles from a shoe. They say one group boiled a candle. Wax and all, and still it wasn't the worst. Because then came the unthinkable. There are whispers. Bodies missing. Graves disturbed. Someone found a human bone in the fire pit. A jaw half burned. You tell yourself it's a mistake. You want to believe no one would go that far. But you know hunger.
Too well now. It changes you. You watch each man closer now.
Not out of suspicion, but out of fear. Because you're starting to understand what desperation tastes like. You dream of food, roasted meat, buttered bread, honey drizzled over porridge. You wake up licking your lips, only to find a mouthful of
ash. You try not to cry. It wastes water. The fort's defences are breaking too. The palisade is splitting. No one has strength to mend it. The tribes beyond the trees know. They see the smoke thinning. They hear the silence. And they don't trust. You rightly so. You tried to take their food last year, burn their stores.
Now they take revenge by waiting, letting winter do the killing. Once Jamestown was supposed to be a symbol of courage, of exploration, of the future. Now it's a warning. You sit on the ground beside a dying fire, too weak to move. Your clothes no longer fit. Your breath comes slow. And still your mind clings to the memory of a table, a feast that never really existed but feels real enough to hurt. And you ask yourself, if you survive this winter, what part of you will still be human? The spring came too late for most. Out of the 200 who lived inside the fort when the winter began, fewer than 60 remain. You are one of them. A body, yes, a heartbeat. But even now, you're not sure if you're truly alive. The first signs of warmth were terrifying. The frost began to melt, yes, but so did the lies. When the snow receded from the burial yard, shallow graves emerged, some dug with care, others scraped in desperation. Names were forgotten, bones were left exposed, and no one had the strength to bury them twice. You walk the perimeter of the fort with a limp now. An injury from a fall, nothing heroic. You slipped while hauling firewood. No doctor came. There wasn't one left. The food ship arrives at last, crawling over the horizon like a ghost ship. It brings supplies, grain, beer, dried fish. It brings men too, new settlers, fresh faces, still pink from the Atlantic wind. They step onto land expecting adventure. You don't greet them, you can't. What would you even say? Welcome to what's left. Instead, you sit on a log, chewing slowly on a dry biscuit, your stomach shrinking at the unfamiliar weight of food. The first real bite makes you sick. Your body forgot how to eat. Later, one of the newcomers tries to speak with you. Asks what life here is like, what to expect. You say nothing for a long time, then you tell him to plant early, bury deep, and never throw away a pot no matter how cracked it is. He laughs nervously. You don't, because you've seen what hunger does, not just to the body, but to the mind. You've seen what happens when food becomes memory, and memory becomes madness. You've watched men shrink into ghosts, watched women pray to trees, watched children forget what it means to smile. The garden you planted last year is growing again. Barley, squash, beans. The soil is better than you thought. Maybe the ash helped. Maybe the blood. You don't ask, you just water it. Quietly. The governor returns from England later that summer. He brings letters, promises, decrees of support from King James. They want to rebuild Jamestown, expand it, turn it into something they can write about in books and ballads. They won't write about this winter. Not honestly. They'll say the colony endured hardship, that brave settlers overcame the odds, that Jamestown was a triumph of will. But they won't mention the taste of boiled shoe leather, or the fear in your throat when you saw someone eyeing a grave too long. They won't mention the silence that settled over the fort like dust, but you will remember every time you hear the sound of a kettle boiling, every time you pass the garden that grew where people starved. And long after the town is rebuilt, the walls repainted, and the flags raised again, a part of you will remain buried beneath that soft Virginia soil. Not your body, but your hunger, your doubt, your memory of the moment when civilization cracked, and no one looked away. And you will ask, perhaps for the rest of your life, if this is how a nation begins, what does it mean to survive it? You are not a samurai. You polish their swords, not wield them. You bow deeper than others. Speak less. Move quickly, silently. You are a servant in the house of a mid-level samurai lord during feudal Japan, somewhere around the 16th century, during an age of clans, castles, and constant readiness for war. They call you Genin, the lowest caste within the household hierarchy. The invisible hands that keep everything functioning. You sweep the garden paths before the first bell, warm the rice wine by the second, and grind ink for letters you will never read. The samurai walks past you often, his sandals firm, his posture exact. He does not nod, he does not thank you. That is not cruelty, it is custom. Servants exist to serve, not to be acknowledged, but you see everything. The bruises hidden beneath armor, the tears on his wife's kimono sleeves, the way he kneels for hours in front of ancestral shrines, asking questions that are never answered. You sleep in a storage room, if sleep is the right word. You curl next to firewood and sacks of millet. Your bedding is thin straw. You're always cold, always hungry. You eat what's left, and only after everyone else is done, you rise before the household stirs. You scrub the floor with rice straw and river water. You prepare tea in precise motions even though you'll never drink it. You help your master into his armor, layer after heavy layer, while he stares at the floor with eyes that rarely blink. And yet there is beauty, too. The morning fog curling over the stepping stones, the sound of bamboo clacking in the breeze, the softness of plum blossoms drifting into the koi pond. These moments belong to no one, not even the samurai. You collect them silently like stolen treasures. There are rules, so many rules. You may not speak unless spoken to. You may not make eye contact. You may not show frustration, not even when scrubbing the same spot a third time because the Lord dislikes the lighting. One misstep means punishment. A misplaced sandal, a wrinkled sleeve. A dish served seconds too early. Not all lords are kind. Some beat, some humiliate, some dismiss with a gesture, knowing dismissal means poverty, hunger, or worse. Your family is gone. Died in a fire years ago. The samurai took you in. It was called mercy. Maybe it was, but sometimes you wonder, is a life of silence and service better than no life at all? One morning, your lord returns from battle. His sword is chipped. His sleeve is torn. His eyes are dark with something he will never name. You clean the blade, slowly, carefully. There's dried blood on the hilt. You don't ask whose, you never ask. And as the blade catches the morning light, you wonder if honor belongs only to the one holding the sword. What's left for the one who carries its weight? You once thought serving a samurai would be noble, that even in silence and shadow you'd feel the brush of greatness. That being near a man of discipline, of purpose, of legacy would shape your own story, quiet though it may be. But lately, all you feel is weight. Weight in your knees from hours bowed on hardwood. Weight in your fingers from polishing a blade that takes lives you'll never see. Weight in your chest from secrets you're not supposed to hold, but cannot forget. Your master is changing. He paces now, restless. His hands twitch more. He speaks to himself sometimes, but only in fragments, names, apologies, orders no one is around to hear. The war is over, at least this one. His lord was victorious, but peace hasn't brought calm, only new expectations, new dangers, alliances shift, trust grows thin. The walls of the house are thick with suspicion. You are told to deliver a message to another samurai estate. You rise before the sun, walk miles in straw sandals, deliver the letter with a bow so deep it aches. You return to no thanks, only more tasks. That night, the master calls for tea. You kneel in perfect posture, pour without spilling. He does not speak, just watches the steam rise from the cup like a ghost. Then he looks at you and says a word he's never used before, betrayal. He doesn't explain, doesn't accuse, just lets the word hang in the air. You nod, though you don't know what you're nodding to. And he dismisses you. For days after, the household tightens. Conversations stop when you enter. Weapons are checked more often. The lady of the house doesn't leave her chamber. The other servants whisper behind sliding doors. One evening, you find a hidden scroll in your sleeping quarters. A warning?
A test? You don't read it. You burn it. Because that's what loyalty demands, even when it scorches your hands. But inside, something stirs. Not rebellion, not hatred. Something simpler, exhaustion, not from labor. You're used to labor, but from
the knowledge that no matter how perfectly you serve, how deeply you bow, how quietly you live, you are never safe. Your life is not yours. It belongs to the moods of the master, to the rumors that drift like smoke, to the world of honor that can shift in a single, silent breath. And yet, you stay. You fold the robes. You sweep the paths. You sharpen the blade, because what else is there? And as you lay down on the straw mat that smells of dust and old rice, you whisper into the dark, if you give your whole life to someone else's honor, when do you get your own? Your master is dead. It happened without ceremony, just a sharp cry in the night, then silence. When you entered his chamber, the oil lamp still flickered. His sword lay across his knees, the hilt stained red. A final act of seppuku, performed alone. No second to finish the job. No witness.
only you the servant, kneeling in the doorway, frozen like a ghost. You cleaned the room before anyone else could enter. You wiped the blood, folded the robe, extinguished the lamp. Not from instruction, but instinct. That's what you've always
done. Remove the trace, preserve the face. The elders say he died with honor. You wonder if he died with regret. The household shifts immediately. The banners are lowered, messengers dispatched. The other retainers whisper in corners, unsure of what happens next. Without a master, everyone becomes uncertain. And servants like you become invisible again. His armor is packed away, his sword, wrapped in silk and offered to the shrine. The new head of the house arrives next week. They say he'll bring his own men, his own cooks, his own rules. No one says it, but you feel it. You are no longer needed. Still you rise before dawn.
Scrub the floor, prepare the tea that no one drinks.
The sandals you placed by the door remain untouched. The call bell does not ring. The rooms echo. One afternoon you return to the garden, his favourite place. You rake the pebbles into quiet patterns the way he liked. A cherry blossom falls. You catch it. Hold it longer than necessary. You think about how many years you've served, how many winters you spent in silence, how many meals you prepared but never tasted, how many hours you spent polishing steel that was never meant for your hands. And now that he's gone, so is your purpose. There will be no story for you in the records. No name etched into stone. No tribute or poem. Just a gap. A pause. A life lived in the margins. You sit beneath the tree, watching petals drift to the ground.
And you think, was it worth it?
To be loyal, obedient, faithful to a code that never once said your name aloud. You remember the sound of the sword being drawn. You remember the way he once touched the blade, not as a weapon, but as a memory. And in that moment, you realize you weren't just a servant. You were the witness, the keeper of his quiet moments, the hands that steadied his world, even when it cracked beneath the surface. And while no one may ever write your story, you were there, always, silently shaping a life that history will never thank you for. And you whisper one last time, to the stone, to the wind, to the garden, even shadows leave footprints. You just have to look close enough. You are called a nurse, but no one embraces you when you enter a room. They flinch, cross themselves, look away. Even the dying avoid your eyes. Because you are a plague nurse, and in 17th century Europe, that means one thing. You walk side by side with death. Your uniform is grim. A long waxed cloak, gloves, a stick to check pulses without touching skin, and most famously the mask, a long bird-like beak stuffed with herbs, mint, and dried flowers. Not to scare, but to survive. They say it filters the air, keeps away the miasma, the poisoned breath, believed to spread the plague. You don't know if it works, but it's better than nothing, and it hides your face, which helps, because the fear in your own eyes would terrify them more than your mask ever could. You walk the narrow alleys of the city at dawn, before others rise, before they can watch you mark homes with a painted X. Inside each home, silence or screaming, or prayers whispered in hoarse voices. The sick lie curled on straw, eyes sunken, limbs trembling. The black buboes, swollen, hot, oozing, bulge beneath their arms, on their necks, in their groin. Sometimes they beg you not to touch them. Sometimes they beg you to end it. You do, not weep. There's no time. You clean the sores, pour vinegar on their blankets, leave rosemary hanging in doorways. You whisper kind words through the beak. Most can't hear you. Your feet ache, your hands burn. The mask's scent is overwhelming, so strong it makes your head throb. But it's better than the alternative, the smell of rotting flesh, of urine and pus, of death living in skin. You've seen entire families fall in a week. You've watched children cradle dead mothers. You've watched men cough blood until they drown from the inside. Still, you return. Every morning, every evening, because no one else will. The priests have stopped coming. The nobles fled to the countryside. The doctors, those few who remain, send you in first, and yet you endure. Because behind every infected face is a person, a life, a story that deserves dignity. Sometimes late at night you burn your clothes, you boil your hands, you strip in the alley behind your quarters and scrub until your skin peels. You think of your family, long gone, taken in the first wave. Their faces come to you in
dreams, eyes bright, untouched by disease.
Then you wake alone, still breathing, still needed, still feared. And as you don the mask once more, tighten the straps and pick up your stick, you wonder if saving others means losing yourself. How much of you is left to bury? You don't just treat the dying. You count them every morning. After walking through another row of plague-struck homes, you return to the plague house. What once was a chapel, now a hollowed-out depot for sorrow. There, beside a table stained with wax and dried blood, you pick up a quill and begin the daily task. Names, ages, causes, final words. The city council demands records. The church requires documentation. But you, one of the few left with the courage or curse to witness it all, know what these ledgers truly are. They are eulogies written in ink and fear, and many have no names at all. Just woman, approximately 20, Black Swellings, Lower District, infant, unnamed, found in arms of deceased mother. Merchant, refused treatment, last seen delirious. You pause sometimes, quill hovering above the parchment, wondering if what you're writing matters, if the neat columns will survive longer than the cries echoing in your ears. But you write anyway. Because this is how you stay sane, because every mark on the page is proof that someone was, that they lived, even if only for a little while, even if history forgets everything else. Your gloves are thin now, worn through in places. The linen beneath your beaked mask sticks to your face with sweat. You've gone through 3 masks this month, and there's talk of running out of herbs too.
Stuff inside.
You stretch your ration of mint and thyme, packing it tighter each time, praying it will hold off the rot just one more day. The bodies arrive in carts, 2, 3, sometimes 6 at once, covered in cloth if lucky, naked and stiff if not. You help carry them. No one else will touch them now. The grave diggers keep their distance. Even the watchmen flinch when you pass, clutching garlic and rosaries like they're swords, but they'll call for you when it's their turn. They always do. One day, a young girl grabs your wrist as you lean over her. She can barely speak, but her fingers grip like iron. Don't forget me, she whispers. You nod, you don't ask her name. You know it's gone already, but later, in your records, you pause. Instead of female, unknown, you write, she held on. It's not standard, not approved, but it's true. You've seen other nurses fall. You remember Agnes, so steady, so strong, who fainted mid-round and never woke. You helped bury her behind the plague house, no gravestone. Just a rosemary sprig laid across the soil. You wonder if that's what's waiting for you too, and yet you return each day. Your hands grow more numb. Your eyes sting more often. Your nightmares stay longer. But you return. Because if you don't, who will? And as the bell tolls again in the distance, calling you to another home, another face, another farewell, you ask yourself, If your life becomes a list of the dead, who will write you down? The bell hasn't rung in 3 days. The air still smells of vinegar and ash. The alleyways still echo with the memory of coughing. But the silence, it's louder than grief. The plague has slowed. You can feel it in your bones, not in joy, not in relief, but in exhaustion so deep it feels like it might never leave. Your legs move without thought. Your arms ache from weeks of lifting, scrubbing,
carrying. You can't remember the last time your hands weren't shaking. There's one house left at the edge of the city.
a place you've avoided, not for fear, but for memory, because that was your house before the plague, before the first wave, before the second, before your family turned cold. You stand in the doorway now, staring at the wooden lintel where your father once carved a line to mark your height. It's still there, weathered, worn, a faint etching of a life that feels impossibly distant. Inside, the air is stale. Dust floats in slanted light. Everything untouched since you fled. A cup sits where your mother left it. A shawl still hangs by the window. Her scent is long gone, replaced by mold and rot. But the memory, that lingers. You sit. For the first time in weeks, you remove the mask. You place it gently beside you. It feels like shedding a skin. The scent of thyme and mint fades, and the world smells real again. Damp wood, soot, your own sweat. You weep, not loudly. Not like the others did. Just a quiet, endless ache. You thought you had no tears left. But your body surprises you. Outside, a breeze stirs the street. The shutters creak. A distant cart rolls by, its wheels slow, cautious. You close your eyes. You remember the first patient you treated, the first death, the first time someone called you brave, and you hated how false it felt. You remember the ones who reached for your hand as they died, the ones who screamed, the ones who went silent without warning. You remember Agnes. You remember the girl who said, "Don't forget me." You didn't, and you won't. You rise. One last time, you wash your hands with the last of your vinegar. You wrap your cloak tighter. You take the mask. You walk back through the city, not for the dying, but for the living. For the orphaned child who now sleeps in a convent. For the old man sweeping the steps of the chapel. For the midwife who buried her sister, but still delivers babies with trembling joy. Because plague nurses don't get statues, they don't get songs, but they survive. And in surviving, they remember. And that's what keeps the world from forgetting you. Past the old garden wall where someone once carved a message into the stone. You run your gloved fingers over it. It reads, "Here walked the one who stayed." And you think, maybe that's enough. The fog rolls in thick over the marsh, curling through hedgerows, clinging to your coat, turning your breath into ghosts. You are awake before dawn again. Your body aches from yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that. But you still rise because you're a navvy, a canal digger in 18th century industrial England, and the canal won't dig itself. The newspapers call it progress. The landowners call it genius. The engineers sketch elegant plans in warm parlours far from the mess. But you live in the mess. You are the mess. You sleep in a crude hut, lashed, together from branches and tar-soaked cloth. The ground underneath you is always wet. The walls weep in the night. The straw mattress is more rats than straw now. Your boots are stiff with dried clay. And then there's the mud. It gets in your ears, your nails, between your teeth. Some days it feels like you're made of it. Like if you stopped moving, the earth would suck you back in and make you part of the canal forever. You work in a gang of 20.
Strong men, many Irish, many desperate, all paid by the foot. You dig by hand, no machines yet, just shovels, picks and sweat. And when the soil gives way to rock, it's time for blasting powder. You've seen more than one man lose a hand.
That way. Or an eye. Nobody talks much while digging. You save your breath for the haul. One man climbs into the trench, waist deep in sludge, and begins clearing silt. Another hauls it out in a wheelbarrow with a cracked handle and a wheel that doesn't spin right. You lay brick when told. You move earth when ordered. You don't ask why. You just keep going. Lunch is bread if you have it. Cheese if you're lucky. Water brown from the barrel. You eat with your hands, seated on the same wheelbarrow that nearly took your shin off last week. You've learned not to look too far ahead. Canals stretch for miles, and your world is only ever a few feet wide, the patch of earth in front of your boots, the next shovel of clay, the next order barked by the overseer. The foreman walks the line with a cane he doesn't need, reminding you who's in charge. He complains about slowness, about waste, about discipline. His boots are clean. Yours haven't been dry in weeks. You hear that when the canal is finished, boats will glide across the land like swans, carrying coal, iron, cotton. A new age. You wonder if anyone will remember the hands that dug the waters.
Path. Probably not, but you dig anyway. Because this is the only work you've got. Because a shilling is a shilling. Because if you stop, someone else will take your place before your boots go cold. And as you lean on your shovel, wiping sweat and
Filth from your brow, you ask yourself. If progress is built on the backs of men like you, why does it always walk away without looking back? The canal takes shape slowly like a wound, healing backward. One moment it's a shallow ditch, then a narrow trench, then a gash in the land so wide you can't see the other side without squinting. But the deeper it gets, the more dangerous the work becomes. Cave-ins are common now. Rain weakens the sides. Too much blasting cracks the wrong layer. One bad shove of earth and the walls slump inward, swallowing everything. Last week, 2 men disappeared under 10 feet of clay. They were shouting one moment, then gone. No one retrieved the bodies. No time. The foreman said they wouldn't be recognizable anyway. Better to move forward, so you dig past the place where they died, and you don't speak their names aloud. You're paid by the foot, not by the hour. If it rains, you don't stop. If you're sick, you still show up. If your hands bleed through. Your gloves, assuming you even have gloves, you wrap them in rags and carry on. The company sends food sometimes. Not enough, not often. Salted pork so grey it looks like stone. Flour crawling with weevils. Tea that tastes like soot. You eat
it anyway. Hunger doesn't argue.
And when it's gone, you buy from local farmers. If they're willing to sell to navvies, which most aren't, you share everything. Bread, blankets, blame. When a beam snaps, it's always a worker's fault, never the wood. When someone gets crushed, the company blames reckless behavior, not rotten scaffolding. But no one listens to navvies. The engineers draw clean lines on paper. The landowners tour the project once a month, stepping carefully around the filth. They ask about progress. They never ask about the men. You keep digging, you've forgotten what your back felt like before it was bent. Your dreams are simple now. A meal without mold. A dry place to sleep. A week without death. Sometimes you hear the others muttering in the dark. wondering aloud if the canal will ever be finished, if it will really change England like they say, if all this mud will matter. But by morning, they're silent again, because shovels don't wait. One evening, you pass a milestone, a full mile of canal finished. The foreman pins a paper to the site shed. Excellent progress, it says. The company congratulates all workers. No names, just the promise of a small bonus, less than a week's bread. You read the paper, then wipe your hands on it and keep digging. Because down in the trench, surrounded by men too tired to speak and walls too unstable to lean on, you ask yourself if your labor is praised only in inches. How will anyone ever measure your life? They said it would take 2 years. It took 6, but finally the water comes. A slow, cold tide filling the trench you helped carve from raw earth and broken stone. It laps against the bricks you laid with shaking fingers. It reflects the grey sky you've cursed for years. It silences the echoes of picks and boots and swearing men. The canal is open. Boats float now, small ones at first, cautious, gliding across the still surface like insects testing.
Ice.
Their hulls are dry. Their crews are dry. You stand on the bank in wet boots, watching them drift past like a dream you were never invited to have. There is no ceremony, no brass band, no speech. The company man nails a sign to a tree. Navigation. Route 7 complete. He nods, makes notes and walks off. Behind him, the foreman mutters something about new contracts up north, more ditches to dig, more men to bury. You know he's already forgotten the names of those who died here. The Irish lad caught in the blast. The old man who slipped beneath.
A wheelbarrow and didn't come back up. The boy who thought digging canals would be better than the factory floor. They're gone, but you remember. You remember the smell of wet wool in winter, the screams when the wall gave way, the silence after.
A man disappeared under the clay. The way everyone stared at the spot, then quietly kept working. The canal winds across the countryside now, clean, straight, purposeful. A ribbon of civilization. They'll say it changed everything, that it brought goods to cities, industry, to
villages, life to dead corners of England. They'll call it progress, but they won't say your name. There are no plaques for navvies.
no etchings on bridges, no scrolls or statues. Just the occasional labor force noted in reports, numbers without faces, without stories, and soon the world will glide over the water you carved, never feeling the mud under their polished boots, never hearing the groan of your bones beneath their cargo, but you know where the ditch curves because a rock slide made it impossible to go straight. You know where the bricks run uneven because a frost ruined the mortar one night and no one had time to redo it. You know which stretch holds the bones of men who never came home. You walk the bank one last time. The sun finally breaks through the clouds. It reflects in the water, and for a moment it almost looks beautiful. And you think, if the canal remembers none of us, we'll remember for each other. The first thing you lose is the sense of time. There is no sunrise down here, no bell to mark the hour, no window to tell night from day, just the drip of water from the ceiling, steady, relentless, like it's counting down the seconds you know.
Longer get to measure. You are a prisoner in a medieval dungeon, somewhere beneath a stone keep in a kingdom you once thought had laws. Perhaps you stole a loaf of bread, or insulted the wrong noble.
Maybe you were never told your crime at all. Because here, guilt isn't decided in court. It's decided by the man holding the keys. The dungeon is not what the bards sing of. No torches, no spacious cells, no guards twirling keys and pacing. in clean boots, just darkness, a floor of slick stone and air thick with mould and human waste. You are chained to a wall, wrists rubbed raw by iron cuffs that never loosen. The wall is damp, alive with moss, rats, and something that moves when you close your eyes. Your clothing has rotted into rags, your feet are bare. The straw beneath you is old, infested, and clings to your skin like a second disease. Your world is a room no bigger than a stable stall shared with two others. Silent now. One mutters sometimes, prayers or curses, you're not sure. The other hasn't moved in days, you think he's dead. No one's come to check. Meals come irregularly, a tin bowl shoved under the door when someone remembers, often just broth, sometimes stale bread. Once, meat. You didn't ask where it came from. You were too hungry to care. You drink from a puddle in the corner. You get sick. Everyone gets sick. The stench is unbearable. The waste bucket, when it exists, overflows. The air never changes. There are no breezes, just the closeness of stone pressing in on all sides. You once had a name, a story. People who called out to you in the street. Now you have a number scratched on a tablet that hangs outside the door, as if that alone justifies your confinement. You're not tortured, not in the theatrical sense. There are no racks or hot irons, just neglect, which hurts longer. The ache in your spine, the hunger that never fully leaves, the cough that rattles in your chest and never ends. Sometimes you hear screams, muffled through the stone. Another cell, another prisoner. Maybe the rack is real after all. Maybe you're just waiting your turn. And the worst part? You start to forget what the sky looked like. You start to fear light because it means someone is coming. You start to dream of chains even when you sleep. And as you curl in the dark, shivering, filthy, forgotten, you ask yourself, if no one remembers you, will anyone notice when you die? The rats have names now. You didn't mean to give them any. But when the only living things that visit your cell are covered in fur and bold enough to gnaw at your toes while you sleep, it's hard not to notice them. One has a torn ear. Another limps. The third, you call him Father Richard, because he's always near the bucket when you pray. You're not religious, not really. But down here, in the hollow of stone and decay, you whisper anything that might make you feel less invisible. Not that anyone's listening. God's voice doesn't echo through these walls, only coughs and rats and the occasional scream from somewhere deeper in the dungeon. You've started to mark time in breaths. 10 between water drops, 50 between the guard's boots overhead, hundreds between meals. You're always hungry. But worse than the hunger is the hope that today might be the day someone remembers, that the guard will open the door and say, there's been a mistake, that the magistrate's seal was wrong, that your name is finally being spoken again outside these walls. But they don't say your name. They don't say anything. Once, a priest visited, not for confession, for last rites. You weren't dying yet, but the man in the next cell was. The priest didn't look at you. You reached through the bars. He pulled away. Even holy men fear the dungeon's touch. You remember stories from before, tales of justice, of brave knights and fair kings, of trials, oaths, evidence. But here, guilt is assumed, mercy is absent. Paper is more dangerous than a blade. One false signature, one missing seal, and a person vanishes into a hole like this. and the holes never get smaller, only deeper. You once believed that this place was for the worst.
Murderers, traitors, monsters, but then you met men who stole bread.
Women accused by jealous neighbors. A boy whose only crime was being in the wrong tavern at the wrong time. They cried in the beginning. Then they went quiet. Like you. One day the door opens. A guard stands there, torch in hand. You blink against the light. He doesn't speak, just gestures. You rise, slowly, bones stiff, mind racing. Is this freedom? Is this death? He leads you down a hall you've never seen. You count the steps, not to track distance, but to distract yourself from shaking. At the end of the corridor is a room, a man behind a table, parchment, ink, a seal. He doesn't look up when he says, "You're being moved." You open your mouth to ask, to beg, to breathe, but the guard grabs your arm and pulls you away before the question forms, and as your chains rattle down a new staircase deeper than the last, you realize there is always another level to forgotten. The new cell is smaller. You didn't think that was possible. There's no straw this time, no bucket, just stone, cold, slick, cracked in places where others have clawed at it in despair. The ceiling drips slower here. The air is heavier. It smells like old breath, as if every soul who's ever been locked in this room left behind one last exhale. You sit with your back to the wall, knees to your chest. You don't bother trying to stretch anymore. The chains are shorter. You can only move a foot in either direction. You don't fight them. Not out of peace, out of surrender. You trace the carvings left by others. Some are names, scratched deep, over and over, as if sheer repetition could break the wall. Some are prayers, some are just lines, dozens of them, hundreds, one for each day, perhaps. Then the marks stop. The stone is smooth after that. You wonder how long it took for that prisoner to disappear. You haven't spoken in days, maybe weeks. Your voice doesn't work the same anymore. When you whisper to yourself, it sounds like someone else, hollow, thin, like wind moving through a corpse. You think of the world above. Is it still there? Does the sun still rise? Do people still laugh at markets and weep at weddings? Do they tell stories about men who rot in dungeons like yours? You doubt it. No one writes songs for the silenced. One morning, if it was morning, a sound wakes you. Keys, footsteps, you flinch, but it's not the guard, it's another prisoner. You share. This new cell, no explanation, just a body shoved in beside yours, his face already bruised, his nose broken. He moans as he collapses, his head landing on your leg. You don't move, you don't speak, but something in you shifts. You remember when you were the
one groaning on the floor, when you thought no one would notice if you died where you lay.
And even though your bones protest, you pull him closer to the wall, away from the dripping center. You press your palm to his forehead. It's hot, fevered. You don't have medicine, but you stay awake, watching over him. You whisper the only thing you can still remember with clarity: you're not alone. Later, he wakes. He says nothing, just looks at you, and in that glance you see it. Recognition of pain, of fear, of being buried alive by a system that pretends you never mattered. He will not survive long. You know this, but neither of you will. Leave this place unremembered. You scratch his name beside yours. You speak it aloud once, quietly, like a spell. You make space on the stone for one more story, even if no one ever sees it. And when the footsteps return one day, perhaps for
you, perhaps not, you close your eyes and think, They locked your body in the dark, but they never took your memory.
You wake in the dark not because it's still night, but because the sun hasn't reached your world yet. It rarely does. Your bed is a pile of rags in the corner of a 2-room cottage where 6 people sleep and none of them stretch out fully. The smell of coal dust, sweat and boiled cabbage never leaves the walls. Your mother hums softly near the stove, barely enough firewood to warm the pot, barely enough food to fill it. You're 8 years old, and you're a minor, or at least you will be again today. You crawl from your pile of blankets, tug on trousers stiff with soot, and pull threadbare socks over feet still bruised from yesterday's shift. The boots are too big. They were your brother's. He died in the shaft last year. No one talks about it. Your father left for the mines an hour ago. So did the older boys. You're assigned to the trap door. Your job is to sit in total darkness deep underground and open a heavy wooden gate every time a cart of coal
Comes through. It's too dangerous to let the cart push its way through.
It might crash or let deadly gas escape. That's where you come in. You eat quickly, half a slice of bread, a sip of milk watered down 3 times. Your mother kisses your hair even though your scalp is still crusted with coal. She ties a cloth around your neck and hands you a stub of candle. You don't speak, neither does she. What is there to say? You walk to the pit with a dozen other children, boots scraping frozen ground. The mine looms ahead like a black mouth. The foreman waits by the cage lift, ticking names off a list. He doesn't look at faces, just hands and legs. Functional. Parts. The lift shudders, then drops. You grip the rail tight, stomach rising in your throat as the light fades and the cold deepens. You descend into the pit like a stone. No one talks. The noise of metal screeches and echoes off the shaft walls. At the bottom, you walk in silence deeper into the tunnel. Your candle is weak, barely more than a glow. The walls sweat with water. Your boots squish in mud. You can hear rats. You reach the trapdoor and settle beside it. It's just a wooden plank set into the rock, weighted with iron. You sit on a crate and wait for hours, for carts, for the sound of wheels echoing through the dark, which means it's time to heave the door open. Then close it again, over and over. You can't talk, you can't leave. You just wait in the dark with your candle and your thoughts. Sometimes the other trappers sneak a whisper about dinner, about ghosts, about whose brother was crushed last month. You don't talk. You listen. You open the door, and as the tunnel breathes damp air and your eyes strain to see the cart's glow, long before it arrives you think, if no one sees you, how do they know you're still down here? The candle goes out by midday, not from wind. There is no wind down here, but from the damp, the weight of the air itself. You're left with darkness so thick it feels alive, wrapping around your arms, pressing against your chest. You can still hear the mine carts coming, though. The rattle of wheels, the groan of wood, the voices of men too tired to shout. So you open the trapdoor by feel now, using splinters and muscle memory. Your palms are already bleeding. The wood is rough, worn down to jagged edges from years of hands like yours. Small, underfed, untrained. There's no bandage, just a bit of coal dust rubbed into the wound. It stings less when it's numb. You're not alone in the tunnel. Further down, in a branch of the shaft, a boy your age works as a hurrier, dragging carts of coal behind him on hands and knees with a rope tied around his waist. He's blind in one eye. His name is Alfie. You think you've never spoken to him? Not really. Words waste breath, and there's barely enough to begin with. Sometimes he hums. One day you hear a crack overhead, sharp and sudden. Everyone freezes. The mine holds its breath. You know that sound. It's the sound of a support beam giving way. You press your body to the wall. There's no room to run. A second crack. Then a scream. It's Alfie. You wait, but the next sound is worse than screaming. Silence. No one goes to help. The shaft is unstable. It will be hours before anyone checks. By then, it'll be too late. You don't cry, you just keep opening the trap door. There's always another cart. At the end of your shift, you drag your body to the lift. Your legs cramp from sitting still. Your arms tremble. Your fingers are black and raw. The cage rises, creaking, and you emerge into night again. No stars, just soot-colored clouds. Your mother is waiting. She wipes your face with a wet cloth. You
flinch. She doesn't apologize, neither of you speak. Dinner is porridge so thin it barely counts, but it's warm. You sleep curled into a ball, trying not to breathe too deeply. Your lungs burn. You've started coughing. Nothing violent, not
yet. But you've heard the older boys coughing like that all day, all night.
Until blood. Your father calls it the miner's kiss, a gift from the dust. The doctor came once, long ago. He said the lungs go black from the inside out, that there's no cure, no medicine, just slow suffocation. And you ask yourself if
work is all you've ever known. What happens when it's the thing that kills you? By the time you're 10, the cough never leaves. It rattles your ribs in the night, wakes you before the shift bell rings. You press a cloth to your mouth before your mother sees the blood. She knows anyway. Everyone does. But there's no choice. Sick or not, you go down into the pit, because if you don't, there's no bread, no coal to trade, no warmth for the winter that now seeps through the walls like a second skin. The snow falls early this year, but it doesn't look white. It lands grey, powdered with soot. It sticks to your coat, your hair, the lacework of the iron grates outside the foundry. In the town square, children shape it into balls that melt black in their mittens. You used to play in snow, now you barely notice it. At the mine, your shift changes. You're moved from the trapdoor to hauling buckets. It's heavier work. Back-breaking, the kind that warps your spine before you're old enough to know it's not supposed to bend that way. Your fingers are always cut, your knees always bruised, but there's something else now. The silence. Alfie's shaft was sealed. No one spoke of it, just boarded up, like he'd never existed. His name scratched off the list, his bedding burned, his mother, they say, left. Town? You keep working. Sometimes you whisper his name, not to be brave, just so someone still says it. Your father doesn't speak much anymore. He sits at the table long after dinner, staring at the fire. His hands tremble when he tries to lift his cup. He says it's just the cold. It's not. He coughs louder than you now, and deeper. The older men talk about the union in hushed voices, about striking, demanding pay, demanding air. But the last group that tried was evicted from the company houses. One man was found in the canal. They said he slipped. Everyone knows he didn't, so the work continues. And the mine takes more than coal. It takes backs and lungs and names. Years pass. You grow taller, though bent, stronger, though slower. The days blend together like soot and sweat. But every so often a boat comes through town or a visitor passes through the square, and you hear someone speak of change, of machines, of rights, of schools, of children who don't work in the dark. You can't imagine it, but you hope, not for yourself, for the next child, the one who might still have time to dream about something other than the sound of creaking timber and the snap of a cartwheel slipping from its rail. And one night, after coughing yourself into sleep, You whisper into the dark corner of the room, "Remember us." Not because anyone is listening, but because the coal won't tell the story. Not by itself. Paris smells different now. The bread is still warm in the mornings. The bells still ring from Notre Dame. But beneath the music of city life, something darker clings to the air. Ash, blood, and decay. You are a bone cleaner in the summer of 1794, the height of the French Revolution's reign of terror. The city is hungry, angry, and under your boots history is being scraped into barrels. You are not a soldier, not a politician. You do not hold a pen or a blade. You hold a shovel, and you clean what they leave behind. The guillotine falls each day. Dozens of times, heads roll into baskets, bodies slump onto wood. The crowd cheers, cries, then disperses. But someone has to deal with the rest. That someone is you. Your job begins just after the crowd thins, when the excitement is over and the real work begins. You and a few others, faces covered with scarves, approach the wooden platform with buckets and rags. You carry lime, soap, rope, a cart lined with cloth. You never speak. The executioners nod when they see you. They don't meet your eyes. You scrub blood from the boards, wipe brain matter from the edge of the plank. You wash the knife with vinegar and a prayer. You're told to be thorough. The tribunal doesn't like stains. The bodies go to mass graves now, carted out of the square, 2 or 3 at a time. But the heads? Sometimes they're kept, displayed, or taken by medical students if the right name was attached. You don't ask questions, you just clean. The bones come later. After the body has been buried for weeks, maybe months, you're sent to dig. You scrape away dirt and reveal what's left. Ribs, femurs, teeth. You sort them into piles, wash them with care. The city repurposes everything now. Bones are boiled for glue, crushed for fertilizer, sometimes burned for black powder. Revolution is not only bloody, it's efficient. You used to be a tanner's apprentice. That ended when the workshops closed and the prices of leather soared. You had hands used to filth and a back used to wait. That made you perfect for this. You try not to think about the names, but they whisper to you. You cleaned the bones of a woman who once sold lace at the corner of Rue Saint-Honoré. A boy who used to race dogs by the Seine. A man who taught you how to tie a sailor's knot, now they're pieces in a cart. Fertilizer for the next season's wheat. You tell yourself it's necessary. You tell yourself the revolution demands it, but sometimes when you're alone in the trench, scraping mud from a shattered jaw, you wonder, when liberty comes, will it remember the ones who cleaned up after it? There is a rhythm to this work. It's not just the clink of bone on bone or the scrape of a shovel through earth. It's the patterns that form in your mind, the way you begin to categorize the remains, as if death was something to classify,
not mourn. You have learned to differentiate between a noble woman's delicate wrist bones and the strong arms of a labourer. The skulls with shorter, thicker necks, those are the commoners, the workers.
The long, elegant faces belong to the aristocrats who spoke of poetry and fine wine before their heads hit the basket. But the truth is, after a while, they all blend together. Whether they were once rich or poor doesn't matter anymore. All that's left are the bones, the pieces of humanity that can be sifted through, stacked, and forgotten. Your hands are always cold now. The lime and soap dry your skin, crack your fingertips. The smell of rot seeps into your clothes. The bone dust, fine as ash, clings to your eyelashes and teeth. There's no escape from it. You wash at night, but the scent remains. You are part
Of something now, a system that was born out of rage and terror, but has settled into a kind of grim efficiency.
The Committee of Public Safety doesn't care who you are, as long as you do the job. The masses may cheer for justice, but no one sees the clean-up that comes afterward. Every week, you work the same cycle. Gather bones, clean them, stack them. Sometimes you find things buried in the soil, a ring, a coin, a letter in a folded pocket. They mean nothing to you, but they were once cherished. They were once loved. You don't keep them. You drop them in the trash with everything else. Useless. Relics of a past you no longer care about. The real work is in the graveyards. There's something about them. When you dig through the shallow earth to uncover the scattered bones, you're reminded of the families that once walked these streets, the children who played under trees, the mothers who sang, the fathers who argued. Now their bones mix with the next batch. The cycle continues. Your work has become routine. No longer does the sight of blood faze you. The severed heads no longer turn your stomach. It's all part of the process now. You no longer need to ask why. You've seen the families that arrive in mourning, their eyes swollen, their faces blank. You know what they'll do. They'll hang their heads, shed a few tears, and then go home, knowing that the revolution has taken someone they loved, someone they cherished. But they also know that to stop it now, to halt the executioner's hand, would undo everything they fought for. The revolution has become an entity of its own now, something that moves in unstoppable waves. It feeds on rage. It eats up the lives of the innocent and the guilty alike. But once the waves crash, the bodies remain, and someone has to clean them up. One evening, as you scrape another skull clean, you think about the people you've seen come and go. The faces, the names, the family members who've begged for justice, the wives who've brought offerings of bread, of wine, and sometimes of flowers. You wonder if any of them realize that in the end, their loved ones become nothing more than bones, sorted, cleaned, repurposed. You wipe the blood off a jawbone and place it in the pile. And then for the first time you wonder, what will happen to the bones when the revolution finally ends? You don't know the answer, but you know what comes after. Another pile of bones, another batch of dirt, another round of cleaning, because in Paris, history is written in blood and in bones, and you will be there when the next pile arrives. The days blur together. Each one begins with the same sound, the clink of iron gates opening, the rattle of bone against wood. The night brings the same routine, scraping, washing, and sorting, under the dim glow of a single flickering candle. The bones pile up higher, now sometimes reaching the ceiling of the small room where you work. The weight of them presses in. It's a strange thing, the weight of bones. The weight of the past. It pulls you down, and for the first time in weeks, you wonder if it's ever possible to be free of it. The revolution has taken its toll on the people, on the streets, on everything you know, but it's also eating itself. A cycle of violence that started with promises of justice now spirals into madness. The public executions are no longer swift, they are rituals. The crowds are growing restless, and so are the men in charge. The guillotine no longer cuts quickly, no longer cleans. The slate of injustice with precision. Now it feels like a machine, slow and grinding. The officials argue among themselves, afraid that the blood they've spilled might start to stain their own hands. But for you, there's no argument, no rebellion. You're not part of the system. You simply survive. And so you keep cleaning, but Something shifts within you. One morning you stand at the edge of the pit, where the last few bodies are piled in a heap. Your shovel rests heavily in your hands. You've been cleaning the same pile for days. The bodies are so familiar, they begin to blur together. Men and women whose names you never knew, who lived and died in a time too chaotic to remember. You turn your back to the pile, feeling the weight of your task. The smell of rotting flesh clings to your clothes, and the memory of the faces you've seen in the crowds flickers in your mind. People who screamed, who begged for mercy, who had nothing left but their final breath. A voice calls from behind.
You, it's the overseer. Get to work, he snaps, his tone cold and unfeeling, like the blade of the guillotine. But today, you don't move. You stand in silence, the shovel still in your hands.
You feel the earth beneath your feet and the weight of the bones around you. You think about how, in the end, the revolution has consumed everything. Justice, humanity, compassion, everything. It has no more room for mercy, no more room for peace. It will continue. It will devour everything until there is nothing left but dust, bones, and blood. But what will remain after that? What will be left for those who survive? The revolution will not remember the ones who cleaned it, the ones who carried the weight of the dead, the ones who whispered the names of the fallen. You wonder if anyone will remember you. You raise the shovel and turn back toward the pile of bodies. As you step forward, you think maybe just this once you'll say their names. Not to anyone, just to yourself. Because they deserve that. You whisper under your breath, "Remember us." And as you dig, as you sift the bones through your hands, you finally understand, in the end, it is the bones that remember. You are the last of your kind. The sword hangs heavy on your back, though it's no longer an emblem of status. It's a weight, a reminder, a link to a time that's disappearing around you, slowly but surely. The world that once revered your honor, your discipline, your lineage is now consumed by change. The Meiji Restoration is underway. The samurai are being erased, not with swords, but with ink, with laws, with progress that moves faster than you can run. The emperor's decree
Has come.
The old ways are no longer needed. The samurai, once the proud guardians of Japan's honor, now stand at the edge of extinction. No more feudal wars, no more lords demanding their loyalty, no more enemies to fight. You have been replaced by modern soldiers with rifles, and the sword you carry, your katana, is now an antique. Your family used to speak of glory,
Of battles won, of honor preserved. They raised you with tales of great men who fought and died for the emperor, of warriors who never faltered in the face of death. The Bushido Code, the way of the warrior, was your guiding light. Now you find yourself a ghost. You have no lord.
no duty, no place in this new world of machines and foreign influence. You watch from the side as the farmers you once guarded, the traders you once protected, now laugh at your sword. They mock the way you still wear your hakama, your long robes, as if they were a badge of honor instead of an outdated costume. The government's official decree has made it clear: the samurai's time has ended. You must trade your sword for a pen, your katana for a uniform, your honor for obedience, but you cannot. The sword is everything. It's not just a weapon, it's a legacy. It's your blood, your past. It's all you know. You spend your days Walking through the streets of Kyoto, your footsteps silent on the cobblestones. The world moves faster around you, faster than you can understand. Foreign traders with bright clothes and strange accents stroll past, ignoring your gaze. There are fewer traditional festivals, fewer temples where you can meditate on the old ways. And in the silence of these streets, as the sun sets behind the distant mountains, you wonder, what does a samurai do when there is no more war to fight? You pass the army recruitment station. The soldiers stand in neat rows, their rifles glinting in the morning light. They are young, eager, ready to fight for the emperor's new army. They are not like you. They do not know the weight of the sword. They do not understand the importance
of honor. But the world is moving forward. You are moving backward. The wind stirs, and you catch a glimpse of your reflection in the shop window.
The face staring back at you is old, wrinkled, tired. The years have not been kind. You see the remnants of youth, but they're fading. There is no future here for you. Not in a world where honor is no longer something you die for. It's something you abandon. The sun dips lower in the sky. You stand in the street, feeling the weight of your sword again, as if for the first time. You look down at the hilt, at the intricate designs of your family's crest, engraved into the steel. It's a beautiful weapon, but it's useless now. The Meiji government has outlawed the samurai sword. Your sword is a relic, a piece of history. And as you grip the handle one last time, you ask yourself, if honor is now a relic, what happens to those who lived by it? You no longer wear your armor. The yoroi has been folded and placed carefully in a trunk, stored away beneath the floorboards. The kabuto, your helmet, which once bore the weight of your family's crest, is now a forgotten artifact, left to gather dust and rust. The world that revered this armor, that marveled at the katana you carried, is no more. The streets of Edo, now Tokyo, have changed. Gone are the rice paddies, the clamor of swords, the disciplined steps of samurai in the morning mist. Now the city hums with the noise of factories, railways, and foreign merchants with their strange clothes and strange language. You stand on the street corner, hands still adjusting to the weight of a pen and paper. You've been given a small job at an office, paperwork, administrative work, a far cry from the sword, from the field, from the ideals that once burned bright in your heart. You are a samurai without a master. You walk the streets in silence, the katana at your side, the sword you fought with, lived with, still clutched in your hand. You never quite leave it behind, even though it no longer serves a purpose. It feels like part of your soul, and without it, you would be incomplete. But what is the purpose of a sword when no one asks for it? The city has no use for warriors anymore. The new soldiers have rifles. They wear uniforms, not hakama. Their methods are modern, efficient, and the weapons they wield require no skill, no discipline. Honor doesn't exist in their eyes. Loyalty means little. Everything is controlled by the emperor's new laws, which were designed to create order through obedience, not honor. You've tried to keep your blade sharp. You still train, though you know it's foolish. You spar in secret with an old friend, another, one who refuses to surrender the sword. But your strikes are slower now. The movements, once graceful, now feel strained and awkward. The way of the warrior, the Bushido, no longer fits into a world where businessmen control the future and politicians dictate life. Sometimes you stand by the river, watching the water flow as it has for centuries. You close your eyes, imagining, A time when samurai fought to protect the land, when honor and loyalty were more than words. They were promises made with a warrior's life. But the world is changing. You can feel it in the air. The weight of something ancient slipping away, and the promise of something new and less noble rising in its place. Men and women with briefcases walk past, their heads down, their footsteps quick, intent on getting somewhere. They don't look up. And you, once a proud protector of the emperor's land, wonder what happens to the soul of a samurai when the land no longer needs to be protected. It is the end of an era. The once proud houses of the samurai now lie empty. The men who once filled them have been swept into government offices or relegated to farming fields. Their swords are locked away, their armor rusting in corners, forgotten by all but their families. The world has moved on, and you are left standing at the crossroads, sword still at your side, unsure of where to go. The Meiji government, in its pursuit of modernization, has removed the samurai's privileges, outlawed the sword, and turned the warrior class into something unrecognizable. The daimyo have lost their lands, the samurai their status. You, once a man of pride and purpose, are now nothing more than a relic, a man who once lived by the blade, now reduced to living off whatever menial labor you can find. You walk the streets now as a commoner, no longer commanding respect or fear. The merchants no longer bow to you. The people do not clear the streets when you pass. The children no longer look at you in awe as they once did. You are simply another man in a world that no longer needs your kind. But one evening, a familiar face appears in the crowd. It's an old friend, once a fellow samurai, now a man broken by the world's demands. His clothes are plain, his posture slumped, and his eyes are tired. He no longer carries a sword, no longer even wears the attire of a samurai. He approaches you silently, his head slightly bowed. You know what he's here for. The question that has been gnawing at both of you is, there any place left for us? He asks, his voice thick with the weight of years. You don't answer immediately. Instead, you glance at the sword still hanging from your waist, the last link to your past, and you feel the weight of it once again. You've heard the rumors, whispers of a rebellion. Some say there are samurai gathering in secret, preparing to reclaim their honor, to stand against the Meiji forces and restore the old ways. But you've seen the government's new army, strong, organized, and modern. They have rifles. They have cannons. They are not afraid of swords. A rebellion.
But would be pointless, foolish, and yet your blood burns with the old fire.
The fire that once made you stand tall, that made you fight for something greater than yourself. Your friend looks at you again, searching your face for an answer. He has not given up the sword, and neither have you. But something has changed. Between you, something you both feel, but neither speaks aloud. The world does not belong to the samurai anymore. Finally, you speak. I think our time has passed, you say, quietly, your hand resting on the hilt of your katana. Your friend looks down at his feet, his face unreadable. It's a loss neither of you can fully accept. You both understand that the world is moving on, that the sword, the code, the honor, all of it is now history. But still you can't bring yourself to part with your katana. Not yet. Even if it no longer holds the same weight as it once did. Even if it no longer carries the same meaning. I suppose it's time to let go, your friend says, almost to himself. He turns and walks away, his shoulders sagging. His steps are slow, as if he's carrying the weight of everything he's all
Lost. You stand there for a moment, alone in the fading light of the evening, the sounds of the city rising around you.
The streets are crowded with people rushing toward the future, their faces lit by electric lamps, their eyes focused on the coming world of technology and progress. And you are left behind, standing in the shadow of your past, holding on to a sword that no longer fits in this world. You look down at your katana one last time. It's a beautiful weapon, finely crafted, a symbol of your lineage, your honor, your life as a samurai. But now it's just a sword, and you are just a man. And as you walk away from the empty streets, from the fading echoes of a time long gone, you realize the world does not wait for the past to catch up. You can smell the sewers before you see them. It's a thick, suffocating stench that gets into your lungs and wraps around your throat, a smell that no soap, no water, no matter how hot, can ever completely wash away. It lingers on your skin,
Under your nails, in the very fibers of your clothes. You're one of the nightmen, the men who work in the dark, who follow the river of waste under the streets of Victorian London.
You work not for pride or honor, but for survival, scraping a living in a world that has long forgotten your kind. You walk into the tunnel with your lantern flickering in the darkness. The walls are wet, slimy, covered in black moss. The air is thick with the acrid scent of rot and decay.
Rats scurry at your feet, their beady eyes catching the faint light of the lantern as they dart into the shadows. They know this place better than you do. They know where to hide, where the food is. They are not afraid of the sewers. You are.
Work is grim, cleaning out the sludge that backs up from the drains, scraping the muck from the pipes, carrying the waste away in buckets. Every day you get deeper into the system, down through the labyrinth of tunnels where the light never reaches, where the walls close in like the belly of some great beast. You can hear the hum of the city above you, faint and distant, but down here it feels as if the world has forgotten you, forgotten that you too are part of it. You are the ones who make the streets clean. You are the ones who keep the city from drowning in its own filth. But the work is dangerous. The tunnel collapses are common. You've seen men crushed by falling. Brick and timber, their screams muffled by the weight of the earth. You've seen the rats swarm over the bodies, gnawing at the flesh until there's nothing left but bone. The water levels rise fast, and if you're not careful, you'll drown.
In the muck.
The foul water runs through your boots, through your clothes, up to your knees, and you're forced to trudge on, trying to ignore the biting cold that sinks into your bones. The job pays little. The work is back-breaking, and yet you do it because it's the only way you know how to survive. You've heard stories of the rich men above, of their fine houses, their grand dinners, their clean streets. But you will never see that world. You will never walk on those polished floors or sit at those gilded tables. Your world is the gutter. Your world is the sewer. And no matter how much you scrub, no matter how many buckets you carry, you will
always be tied to the filth. You've become used to the smell. You've learned to breathe through your mouth, to ignore the nausea that rises in your stomach, to carry on as though the muck doesn't matter. Because if you stop, if you let it overwhelm you, then there's nothing left. The sound of the shovel scraping against stone fills the tunnel, and you push forward.
Your fingers are numb from the cold, your back aching from the weight of the bucket you carry, but you keep going. You've learned not to look down, not to think about the rats crawling in the walls, the bodies that are never found, the bodies that are never counted. This is your life now. And when you leave the tunnels, when the lantern goes out and you climb back into the daylight, you wipe your face with the back of your hand and know that you've done something that no one will
ever thank you for.
You've done the work that keeps the world above from falling into its own waste. But when the city sleeps and the moon rises over the rooftops, you ask yourself, who will remember the men who clean the streets no one dares walk on? The work has become endless. You wake in the dark and slip into the tunnel without a second thought, your boots sliding through the muck as you lower yourself into the narrow, damp passage. It is a rhythm you have learned well. Rise, work, return, sleep, and repeat. The smell never leaves your clothes, no matter how many times you scrub them. It clings to your skin. It seeps into your lungs, into your bones. Your fingers are numb from the cold as you grip the shovel. You scrape at the thick sludge that clogs the tunnel walls. Your movements mechanical, practiced. It's the same thing every day. No surprises.
No joy. The only sound is the slosh of the water rising as the waste builds up in the narrow passageways. The rats are always there too, scurrying in the shadows, their little eyes catching the light of your lantern.
They know this place better than you do. They make their nests in the pipes, scurrying over the bodies of the dead and dying. They've claimed this underworld as their own. You wonder sometimes if they're better suited for this life than you are. Your shift is long. It feels longer than it should. The darkness swallows the hours, and before you know it, the water's nearly at your chest, climbing up your legs with every step you take. You've seen the other men struggle in these conditions, drowning in the muck, suffocating under the weight of the filth. You've heard the stories. You've seen the men carried out of the tunnels, their bodies bloated and blue, but you keep going. You have to. You can't stop. There is no choice but to keep shoveling the muck away, to move it from one place to another, to create the illusion that this will one day be finished, that the city will one day be clean. It is a dream, a lie. No matter how much you work, the muck never stops coming, and you never stop working. You're always a few steps ahead of the tide. Just a few, at least that's how you tell yourself. The pay isn't good, not that you care. It's barely enough to feed yourself, let alone save anything for a better life. But you don't expect better. That's not what men like you get. You're born into the muck, and you die in the muck. That's your lot, your fate. Your fingers bleed from gripping the shovel, the rough metal cutting into your skin, but you don't stop. You can't stop. You've seen the others, those who stopped, those who couldn't take the weight of the work any longer. They fell, they disappeared into the filth, gone like they were never here. You don't want that. You can't let that happen. The work is always there, always waiting for you. And you go back day after day, your body growing weaker, your mind growing more numb, but you do it anyway. You do it for the city above, for the rich men who walk the clean streets, unaware of the price others are paying to keep it that way. The lords and ladies who dine in their palaces wearing silk and velvet, oblivious to the men who shovel the filth beneath their feet. You know they don't care, and yet you still keep cleaning. You still do the work. You remind yourself that the world needs to be clean. Someone has to make it that way. But one evening, as you stand by the edge of a canal, watching the water flow smoothly, the weight of it hits you. All of it. The years spent in the dark, scraping away at the refuse.
Of a world that doesn't care. Is this really your legacy?
You think of the generations before you. Men who worked the same dark tunnels, who shoveled the same muck. Their bones are buried deep in the earth, forgotten, like everything else. And then you wonder, when it's all done, when the city is clean, and the last shovelful of muck has been moved, who will remember the men who worked the unseen parts of it? Will anyone notice the ones who made the streets clean? Or will we too be buried in the muck? The tunnel grows darker with each passing day. You've lived in this underworld for years now, and the faces around you are becoming fewer. Some have left. Some have disappeared. But most, like you, stay, digging, scraping, hauling, because there is nowhere else to go. It's winter again. The air is damp and biting. The cold seeps into your bones, making the aches in your back worse. The water that rises in the tunnels is colder now. It burns when it touches your skin. But you keep going. You always do. You don't remember the last time you saw the sun. You don't remember the last time you laughed. Maybe it's been months. Maybe it's been years. Time doesn't exist in the tunnels. It only exists in the work. The endless, relentless work. The foreman tells you to keep moving, to keep digging, to make sure the city above stays clean. He tells you that the streets are getting dirtier, that the gutters are clogged. But you know it's not the streets that are getting dirtier. It's the world itself. You see it in the eyes of the men who work with you. They are hollow, empty. There is nothing left in them but the urge to keep moving, the urge to survive. They no longer dream of freedom or better days. They no longer care for the world above. They care only for the next bucket, the next shovel, the next few minutes before their muscles give out and they can't stand anymore. One day you feel it too, the weariness, the emptiness. You can't move
as fast, you can't lift as much. Your legs ache, your back is stiff, you cough harder now. It's a deep cough, a bad one. And you know that you won't make it much longer, but you don't stop. You can't stop. You look around at the
men working beside you. Their faces are dirt-covered, their eyes sunken, their bodies hunched. They look like ghosts of the men they once were. Their clothes are threadbare. Their hands are calloused, their nails broken. Their fingers tremble as they grip the shovel. And you wonder, when did we become this? You look down at the muck beneath. Your feet, the slimy sludge that's always there, always present, always creeping back into the places you've cleaned. The dirt beneath your fingernails seems permanent now. It's inescapable. It's part of you. And you know that when you die, when they bury you under the stone or send you into the river, you will become part of it too. There will be no gravestone for you, no family to mourn you. No one will remember the work you did, the sacrifices you made. There will be no ceremony, no recognition, but there is a truth that burns inside of you as you stand in the muck, a truth that flickers like the dim flame of your lantern. The world needs you. It needs the men who clean the streets, who carry the burden of the filth so others can walk freely above. It needs the ones who work in the dark, in silence, and who are never seen, never acknowledged, because without men like you, the world would drown in its own waste. The water rises higher now. You see it reaching your knees, your thighs. You don't stop. You keep going. The shovel digs deeper into the muck. Your lungs burn with every breath, but you keep moving. The world will go on. The streets will stay clean. The city above will stay bright and beautiful. And the men who clean it will be forgotten, but you will know. You will always know that you kept it going, that you kept it clean. You are the unsung, the hidden workers of the world, and as you push forward through the muck, you finally understand some legacies are built in darkness, and yours will be one of them. You never marched into battle with a flag in your hand. You didn't fight for glory or for pride. You fought because you had no choice, because when the redcoats came, you didn't have a farm to protect, a home to run. You had nothing but your life, and you'd be damned if they took that too. You are not a hero in the history books. Your name will never be remembered. You will not be immortalized on statues, nor will your descendants stand tall at the mention of your deeds. You are just one of the forgotten, the men who fought the American Revolution but were never counted as soldiers. The ones who fought in the shadows, behind the lines, in the dirt, in the muck. You didn't wear a uniform, you didn't have a musket, you didn't even have a proper cannon. You were a militiaman, a farmer, a blacksmith, a tavern keeper, a shoemaker. Men who picked up arms when the call went out but were quickly forgotten when the war shifted to the fields of fame. The British arrived. You picked up a rifle. You didn't know how to hold it properly. You weren't trained for this kind of thing, but you marched. You marched through the mud, past burning houses and streets lined with dead bodies, hoping you wouldn't become one of them. You didn't wear the shiny uniforms of the Continental Army. You didn't carry the pride of the French allies. You wore what you had, what you could get. Faded shirts, broken shoes, unkempt beards. You fought in the trenches, in the forests, on the hills that no one cared to climb. The soldiers in their red coats might have the luxury of large battles
and heroic stands, but you fought in the dark corners of this land. No one saw you, no one cheered for you, and no one really cared if you lived or died. The British didn't even take you seriously. They thought you were just peasants, no formal
training, no real plans, no hope of winning. They underestimated you, and that in the end is what made all the difference. You didn't need to be a soldier to be a fighter. You didn't need uniforms or cannonballs to be a part of something bigger. You just needed the will and to survive, to keep pushing, to know that no matter how bleak the situation, you would keep going. There were days when the Continental Army needed your help. The cannonballs were running low, the supplies were scarce. You were sent to carry messages through enemy lines. You were sent to sneak in food, to transport guns that were made of scrap metal, to offer whatever help you could to the real soldiers. And when you didn't, you went home only to return the next day to fight again. In the shadows, in the dirt, in the cold. You never asked for a medal. You never asked for recognition. You simply did your part, and when it was over, when the war ended, when the Treaty of Paris was signed, you were forgotten. The history books were filled with stories of the Continental Army and Washington's bravery, of Lafayette and Rochambeau, but no one told the story of the men who fought without any fanfare, without any glory. And yet, they were the ones who
made it possible, the ones who bled on the battlefield and died in the shadows, the ones who kept the country alive in its most desperate hours. You were a part of that. You always will be.
But no one will know your name. And as you walk away from the battlefields, your rifle slung across your back, you ask yourself, when the world remembers freedom, who will remember the ones who paid for it? The war is over, but the peace feels heavier than the battle. You return home, but the land is no different. The houses are the same, the fields unploughed, the roads unpaved. You stand in front of your house, rifle in hand, and you wonder, what was it all for? The heroes of the war are paraded before the people, those who fought on the front lines, who wore the Continental Army uniform, who met with Washington. Their names are immortalized in stories, their victories immortalized in history. But you are left with dirt under your nails, a sore back, and the fading taste of gunpowder on your tongue. You are the forgotten, the men who bled, who fought, who carried the weight of a war without ever being truly seen. There's no medal for you, no recognition, no ceremony. The country you fought for is changing, but not the way you thought it would. The rich are richer, the poor are poorer. The land is divided into sections, some for the elites, some for the common man. But the lines are drawn, and the space between them seems wider than it ever was before. You go back to the farm, where the fields are still waiting for your calloused hands to till them, and the land still seems as empty as it was before. The noise of the war, the shots, the cries, the smoke has faded, but it has not left you. Every time you see a red coat, every time you hear the sound of footsteps marching, your muscles tighten and your hand instinctively reaches for the
rifle you've kept all this time. You remember the cold nights spent hiding in the forests, the tight grip of your sword on your hand, the way you learned to move silently across the battlefield, to fight without the pride of being a soldier.
You fought because it was necessary, because freedom meant more than your life. But no one knows it was you. No one remembers those who fought in the dark. You wonder if they ever will. The country is building a new government, a new foundation. But who will be remembered for it? Who will stand tall when the new leaders take office, when the country begins to define itself again? You hear the names of generals, of soldiers, of diplomats being spoken in hushed voices and grand halls. But the common man, the men who stood in the shadows and fought without a title, without a promise of reward, they are left behind. You walk past the tavern and see the faces of the men who fought beside you. They don't speak of the war. They don't speak of the dead or the lost. They speak of what they can now do with the land, with the time, with the little bit of hope they have left. Some are still hopeful for the future. Others, you can tell, are haunted by what they left behind. But there's one thing you know for sure. You fought for something bigger. You fought for a dream that was never truly realized. You fought for a country that, while free, has yet to decide what freedom really means. And while the world above carries on with its triumphs and new beginnings, you know that you were part of the reason they can. You helped build this country from the ground up, even if no one ever remembers your name, and so you go back to your life, back to your field, back to your house, back to your rifle, but you will never forget because you are part of the past, and the past cannot be erased. You carry the weight of the fight within you. And maybe, just maybe, you'll find a way to pass that weight on to the children who will live in a world that remembers only the victorious, only the celebrated. But you will not let them forget the price of freedom is not always paid in glory. Sometimes it's paid in silence. The revolution is over, and you are no longer a soldier. The sounds of battle have faded into the distance, replaced by the clink of coins, the rustling of official papers, and the hurried chatter of politicians. In the halls of the new government, the country you fought for is beginning to take shape, but it is not the country you had imagined. It is a country that praises the generals, the leaders, the men who sat in Congress, and the ones who took their place in history. But you are left behind. The rifle is no longer needed. You hang it up and turn your back on it, for there is no
war left to fight. There are no battles to be won, no glory to be gained. The war that you fought, the war that you bled for, has come to an end. And now you are nothing but a shadow. The government promises you land.
It promises you compensation for your service, but when you try to claim it, you are met with cold indifference. They are too busy, too preoccupied with the new government, the new rules, the new power. Your sacrifices have been swept under the rug, just like the thousands of others who fought but never received the credit they were owed. You walk the streets feeling invisible. You see soldiers with medals around their necks talking proudly.
Of their service, of their victories, you hear stories of men who became generals, of the names of the famous immortalized in books and monuments. They are the ones who are celebrated. They are the ones who are remembered.
But you are nothing more than a memory, a fading echo of a past that no one cares to recall. You are a man who fought for freedom, for liberty, for the promise of something greater, but you are left with nothing. Your name will not be carved into stone. Your legacy will not be written in history. At night, you lie awake in the same bed you've slept in for years, but now it feels foreign. The walls feel cold. The town you once fought to protect no longer feels like home. You hear the rustling of leaves outside, the sounds of the city as it moves forward, oblivious to the man who once helped build it. You think of your comrades, the ones who died on the battlefield, the ones who lost their lives in the name of liberty. You think of the men who were left behind, their families torn apart by the war, their bodies unclaimed and forgotten. You think of those who have no monuments, no statues, no songs written in their honor. You wonder if they too felt as forgotten as you do now. The days pass and the world keeps turning. The revolution is a part of the past, and you are nothing more than a ghost in it. Your children grow up and they don't ask you about the war. They don't want to hear the stories of sacrifice. They don't want to hear about the blood, the mud, the endless struggle. They want to know about the world they live in, the one that's moving forward, the one that's leaving the past behind. And yet, even as the world shifts around you, even as the country grows into something new, you hold on to your memories. You hold on to the time when you were more than just a worker, more than just a farmer. You hold on to the time when you were a soldier, when you fought for something greater than yourself. But in the end, all you have are the stories. Stories that no one will listen to. Stories that will fade like the smoke from a battle that no one
remembers. You sit by the fire one evening, your hands still calloused from the years of labor, your back still aching from the weight of the work. And you wonder if freedom is won through sacrifice. Why does it always belong to the ones who never had to sacrifice?
The wall stretches endlessly, a serpent of stone winding through the mountains, cutting the sky in half. From where you stand, it looks like a giant reaching into the clouds. But you know better. You know the truth that no one else will ever. See the truth hidden beneath the stone and dust. You are one of the forgotten. You are not a general, not a scholar, not a leader of men. You are a laborer, a worker, a nameless soul who has spent months, years, your entire life shaping the
earth-moving stones,
building something that will never be remembered. They call it the Great Wall. But all you know is the weight of the stones on your shoulders and the endless work that must be done to raise them, one at a time. It is said the wall was built to protect the empire, to shield it from invaders from the north. The emperor's soldiers march along the top, proud and tall, looking out across the barren land, the endless steppe that stretches out before them. But for you, there is no view, there is no glory. You stand in the heat of the day, your sweat
mingling with the dust, your hands rough from work that never stops. Your feet ache from standing on the hard ground, moving one stone, then another and another, until the mountain of work seems insurmountable. Each day they give you a meager
Bowl of rice, a sliver of meat, and a few drops of water. You eat it without question, knowing that it's all you'll get until tomorrow. You sleep on the ground, wrapped in your thin blanket, hearing the distant cries of others who work just as you do. You have no family here. No one remembers you. The stone is your companion. The labor is your only purpose. You don't know when it started, this work, when the emperor decreed that the wall must rise, and thousands of men just like you were pulled from their homes, their villages, their lives, to build something that would never belong to them. You don't remember how many times you've worked on the wall. You don't remember the first stone you lifted or the first day you started. All you know is the routine, the early mornings, the grueling days, and the cold, silent nights when the work is done, and you lay down only to wake up and do it all over again. The wall is endless, the stones are endless, and the work is never done. You've heard whispers from others who have worked alongside you for years. Some say they were born to build the wall, that they have no other purpose but to serve the emperor's will. Others say it's a punishment, that they've been condemned to work until they die. But you don't ask. You don't wonder. There
is no use. The wall doesn't care about questions. It doesn't care about names. It doesn't care about anything except being built. Sometimes in the quiet moments, when you sit alone and stare at the stones you've stacked, you wonder what it's all for.
What will become of this wall when it's finished? Who will remember the men who toiled in its shadow? Who will remember the hands that shaped the earth, that carried the weight of this empire on their backs? You wonder too if anyone will ever
know the faces of those who built it. You wonder if your name will ever be spoken aloud, if your story will ever be told, but you don't dwell on it. You can't afford to. Tomorrow, the stones will still need to be moved. The wall will still need to rise, and so you stand up, you pick up another stone, you carry it to its place, because that is your work.
And that is all you know, and as you raise the stone once more, you ask yourself, quietly, as the wind blows dust into your eyes, when the wall is finished, will anyone remember the hands that built it? The wall doesn't speak, but sometimes, if you listen closely, you can feel it. The stones hum beneath your fingers, their rough surfaces cold in the morning light. As you press your palms against them, you feel the weight of something ancient, something that's been built for centuries, stone by stone, brick by brick, until it reaches across the land like a giant's back. You stand beneath it now, looking up at the towering structure that you helped raise. The wall seems endless, stretching beyond the horizon, a jagged scar against the earth. It's a thing of great power, of mystery, and yet it's also a thing of sorrow. You can see it in the faces of the men beside you, their expressions blank, their bodies broken from years of labor. Each day you return to your work. The sun rises, the wall grows. You carry the stones, load them onto carts, climb the scaffolding,
and set each one in place. There's no rest, there's no respite, and yet you keep going. Your hands are raw, your back is stiff, your legs ache, but you move forward. You carry the weight of the wall with each step. The work never ends.
And neither does the hunger. At night, when the work is done and you lie beneath the stars, the wind howls through the cracks in the walls. The sound is eerie, like a warning. It seems to carry the voices of the dead, those who were buried in the earth during the construction, whose bodies were never recovered, whose stories were never told. You think about them sometimes, the men who died, their bones lost beneath the stones, their names forgotten. The others in the camp don't speak much. There's no room for words, not in the silence of the work, but sometimes when you sit around the fire you hear snippets of conversation. The old men talk about how things used to be before the wall. They talk about how the land was once free, how they could walk without being bound to this never-ending construction. Some say the emperor's dream will never come to fruition, that the wall will never be finished, that it's a fool's errand, a monument to vanity. But no one dares say it aloud. No one dares to voice doubt, because the wall is the emperor's will, and the emperor's will must be followed, even if it costs everything. You've seen the young men who've come to work on the wall, eager and bright-eyed, only to fade away after a few years. The work is too much for them. It breaks their spirits, wears down their bodies. The stone grinds them into nothing, and one by one they disappear into the earth. Their names are lost to the wall, forgotten by the world. But there are also those who stay. Men like you who have been here since the first stone was laid, who have watched. The years stretch on like the stones beneath your feet. You no longer remember what it feels like to be free. You no longer remember what it feels like to walk without the weight of the wall on your shoulders. The wall is your prison now. And yet you cannot escape it. You cannot leave. You are a laborer, a forgotten soul whose name will never be spoken. You are just another hand in the endless sea of workers who have given their blood, sweat, and tears to this monument. You are just another forgotten piece of the past. But even in the darkest moments, there's still a part of you that wonders, if the wall is built, who will remember the men who made it rise? The wall is finished. You don't know when it happened. You didn't hear the last stone fall into place, or the final stroke of labor that completed the vast, endless structure. One day, it just stands there, an unyielding line across the landscape, stretching from one end of the earth to the other. And you, standing beneath its shadow, wonder, what was it all for? For years you've been a nameless worker, one of hundreds, one of thousands, your face lost in the sea of men who toiled beneath the emperor's watchful eye. You bled for this wall. You starved for it. You buried your brothers in the dirt, while the stones continued to rise. Now that it's done, the work doesn't stop. The men who've survived, who've outlasted the years of endless digging and carrying, are left to guard it, to maintain it. You stand watch on the wall, staring out into the wilderness that you've never touched, never known. You stand beneath the wind, the cold, the weight of the stone, and you can't help but wonder if it was worth it. You wonder if anyone will ever know the names of the men who built this wall, the men who spent their lives in the dirt and darkness, the men who disappeared into the stone, their faces forgotten, their bodies buried beneath the earth. You've heard the stories, the legends. The wall is meant to protect the empire from the invaders to the north. It's meant to stand for all eternity, a testament to the might of the emperor. But you know better. You know that walls don't protect people, they trap them. And now, as you walk along the top of the Great Wall, you feel its weight more than ever. It looms above the land, a shadow that stretches far beyond the horizon. The emperor may look upon it with pride, but you, the men who built it, feel only the weight of its stones. Stones that have crushed your spirit, your hope, your very sense
of self. You are nothing now but a guard, a silent sentry walking the wall that you helped build, watching over a land that no longer feels like home.
You cannot return to the villages you left behind, the places where your family lived, where your children grew up, where the laughter of your loved ones filled the air. They are distant memories, fading with each step you take along this endless line of stone. You remember the days when you worked beside the other men, men who were once full of life, full of hope, but now they are like you, silent, hollow. Their faces are marked by years of toil. Their eyes are distant, lost in the horizon. And as you stand there atop the wall, you finally understand. This is your legacy. A line of stone stretching from the earth to the sky. A monument to labor, to pain, to sacrifice. A monument to men who were forgotten, but who built something that the world will never truly understand. You wonder if anyone will ever look upon this wall and think of the men who bled for it. The men who carried the stones, the men who died under its weight, the men who were forgotten as soon as their names were erased from history. But then you hear the wind. It whispers through the cracks in the stones. It carries the stories of the men who came before you, of the men who walked these paths and never returned. It carries the names of the lost, and you know the wall will remember, even if no one else does.